Bro, men are so stupid. And I'm talking about myself. Knew today it was gonna snow. Thought maybe we could drive. Woke up in the morning and was like, I'm not driving in this. You gotta be crazy. Instead, I'm gonna drag my daughter in her sled all the way to daycare. It's a few kilometers, whatever. No big deal. It'll be a nice opportunity for like another workout after the Peloton this morning. Pissed off because we were like later than I wanted to leave. So I knew I was going to be late getting to daycare. So I knew I was going to be late getting home and starting the stream. Walked her to daycare, huffing and puffing the whole way. Dropped her off at daycare. Walked back. Was like, oh, it's freaking 9:30. I'm so annoyed with myself for being late. Just annoyed with the day. Threw the sled outside to make sure that it melted so I could pick her up from daycare at like 4:30 or whatever. Closed the door before moving my hand out of the way. Crushed my thumb between the hinge and the door. Was immediately like, fuck. That was about 18 minutes ago. I don't think it's broken. You're gonna laugh because of the extended food poisoning bit, which is not a bit, it was my life. But I really don't exaggerate industries. If anything, I actually kind of understate what's going on. I can show you the thumb, okay? It's all taped up. This is after having compressed it for a little bit and put a little band-aid underneath the gauze. And I can still bend it, which is, I think, a great sign. But definitely, like, it was bleeding like a son of a gun, and the bottom of the nail turned like completely white. So I think that's gonna be an interesting kind of narrative arc to follow over the next day, which is gonna be interesting. I think you can tell also. Maybe you can't, but I have adrenaline in my voice. Like I'm a little shaky, but not as shaky as I was like 15 minutes ago. Let me put it that way. But check it out. I got a muffin. So I don't think like it's not 100%. Like if this was VATS, you would look at my thumb and you would be like, this is not at 100% condition. But I really at first I was like, it's broken. The more I sit here and sort of like appraise it, it's not broken. It's a little fucked up, but it's not broken. I can move it. I can bend it. There's not extreme pain. I don't think I'm in shock right now. I don't, I don't think I'm in shock. I don't think that there was to that extent. But I definitely think that this hand is gonna be fucked up, dude. I think it's gonna be. This hand is gonna be fucked up for like just a little bit, but that's okay. Holy cow. Why were you in a car? I thought you took the sled. It's the door to my house. I got 3,000 cc's of adrenaline pumping through my brain. I can keep the story straight. You're just sitting down at your PC. What's your excuse? Which thumb? It's the left thumb, which in the whole scheme of things is better because the right thumb is for the mouse. The left thumb, that's for the space bar. So I think I can use Reddit. I can do React Court. I can probably play sap. I'm telling you sincerely, I don't need to go to the hospital. I know that's like, just think of the cognitive dissonance that we've created in this community where people are like, NL over exaggerated the food poisoning arc where he went to the hospital 3 times, but also he hurt his thumb. He needs to go to the hospital. It's just male bravado keeping him at home. Listen, I you can't hold these opposing facts in your head at the same time and assume that they're both true. If it gets fucked up, if the pain becomes unbearable, if the wound starts to smell like almonds, I will go to the hospital and I'll sit there for 12 hours or whatever. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out if I need to take 2 extra strength Tylenols. And I think that there's really no reason not to, so I'm going to go do that, and then I'll be back, and we'll do some React Court. Okay, I'll see you in like a minute. All right, I'm back. I took 1 extra strength Tylenol. Hurts a little bit. It does hurt a little bit. But I think it's just give it some time. Should take some Motrin instead. Maybe I'll just head out to the pharmacy real quick. Just pop down to the local apothecary. Is it throbbing? Oh, it is. Ba bum ba bum ba bum. Shit sounds like Miles Teller in Whiplash. And I have to acknowledge, obviously it's my own fault, but it's so I was 31 minutes late. I told people I was going to be 30 minutes late. Well, you just go slow. Don't start taking shortcuts that lead to injuries like this. So unnecessary. Were there mitigating circumstances? Yeah. I would have loved to have left the house 20 minutes earlier. But, that's reality, man. It is what it is. It's a good learning lesson, at least. What kind of muffin is it? It's a tasty muffin. That's all you need to know. What color is your thumbnail? I don't know. And I'm going to keep it that way. I don't know. Right now, I'm choosing not to think about a couple of things. Even just by saying them, I'm creating a barrier, and I'm choosing not to ponder the future. I'm choosing not to ponder what it's going to feel like when I take the gauze off. I'm choosing not to ponder what it's going to feel like tomorrow. And I'm choosing not to ponder, although this one's going to come to a head a little bit faster. I'm choosing not to ponder how I'm going to drag my child 3 kilometers home in the sled from daycare as well. That's the one that's really sitting close to the front of mind right now. But I think I'm just going to use the other fucking hand, man. Just get her an Uber. What, an Uber with cross-country skis instead of tires? I don't think you understand the inputs into the system right now. Hold on, this one's going to feel good. You know what? Before we do the audit, or before we do the ban, let's just do the audit. You've already been banned once and then saved? What, that you were banned 13 days ago by a mod and then I unbanned you? Which means you must have had an unban request that was like, hey, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Wait, don't tell me that you're the guy who was like, oh, my brother was on my phone. Can't wait until SAP is over. No hate, just not my kind of game, y'all. That's 2 days ago. Then today, holy shit, is he still whining? 11 days ago. Who else is pumped for Hades 2 and Earthblade? Are you serious? This is the most that you're vacillating between bad chest and pure hatred. Game is bad. Spire better. Spire better. Sounds like House from New Vegas. Okay, Jerry Seinfeld, who asked? The man, the myth, the legend. I can't wait until these battle royales go out of style. The day before, hey everybody, what's up, y'all? What are you doing? You got to get a handle on your own emotional homeostasis, man. It's like, I don't know who you are day to day. Maybe the hater is him and it's his brother who's typing the nice stuff. This is crazy, man. Hold on, I hit full refresh on the page instead of just refreshing the audit. They've left chat. I didn't even ban them. They just left. He typed bah ha ha and closed the tab. He literally typed bah ha ha like he's from Cave Story or something like that and then left. Bah! Oh shit, close the tab. Get the fuck out of here. Holy cow. All right, is there a way to monitor user? I want to put them on the manage suspicious user. I'm just going to put you on the monitor link. You will be monitored as a suspicious user. Okay, that's just like, listen. Most people don't believe in second chances these days. I'm actually tossing you a third chance. But you're on like probation, okay? If you don't care, then that's fine. Just leave. But for right now, you're on probation. You're on house arrest. I don't have a brother? Okay, well then what was your unban request? Is there a way for me to go back and see that? I'd love to know. What did you get timed out for anyway? Let's see. Let's go back to December 7th here. It must have been bad. It's been scrubbed from the permanent record. Hold on. I hit F5 again. No reply yet. That's okay. It's good. Honestly, it's a good distraction from the thumb. It is a great distraction from the thumb. It's a little tender. I never made an on ban request. I was never aware of being banned. I think we have our wires crossed here, sir. Are the wires in the room with us right now? This ends Sap. I'm out for today's stream. Enjoy, folks. 1 hour later. Is this on Switch Online? Oh, come on. Sorry. Listen, I'm not trying to own you. I'm just literally I'm reading the messages, okay? Like I'm reading the messages in like canonical order and it's telling the narrative. It's building a narrative by itself. I can't wait until Isaac gets changed out for something else. Well, then it happened, and now you're mad about Sap, man. It's crazy. What's the appeal of Isaac over something like Gungeon? Is Isaac harder or easier than Gungeon? Imagine ever eating fast food. Can't wait for more Elden Ring. This chat is full of Cheeto eating neckbeards. Haha. This game is painful to watch. All politicians are criminals. Oh man. This is and I mean this with sincerity. This is just what I needed right now. I understand that it might seem mean-spirited. I think everybody's having a good time. I'm not going to ban you. I'm still going to leave you as a suspicious user, but it's okay. We can make it back, okay? We can make it back. Oh, baby. Okay. I'm doing another appraisal of the thumb. I think I can do React Court. I think I can do it. I know I can do it. It's just not going to be pleasant. I'm sort of just waiting for like the adrenaline to leave my body, but it hasn't happened yet. But if I wasn't live right now, I'd just be walking around like in a circle in my house. So that's okay. You know, like when you stub your toe? I stubbed my toe like 2 days ago when the baby was napping. But I wasn't able to experience the pain because the place where I stubbed it was right outside of her room. Oh, Tomo, you're gonna throw up in the corner of my office. Okay, let me take a bite of this muffin. I'll clean that up, and then we'll get started with React Court. Can you guys hear that? It was not just foam. You know how Seth Rogen says it's okay, it was just foam? That was not just foam. That was that was solid matter. Okay. If you'll excuse me, let me go grab that. You guys ever see Falling Down? Starring Michael Douglas? You might think this is a scary bit because it is about a man who I dropped my muffin on the ground. Oh man, that's so good. I'm sorry, I'm gonna eat it anyway. But I You might think this is a cursed bit because it's a movie about a man who gets stuck in traffic, and that's like the last domino, or I guess it's the first domino to fall. And he goes on a rampage. Basically, he ends up shooting a rocket launcher into the L.A. sewers. He takes some hostages. He, gets involved in some violence against some other guys who are bad. It's kind of like an anti-hero, but also he's a bad guy situation. But like I'm actually like the flip side right now. I was like annoyed when I was dragging the sled. And then I was annoyed with myself with the thumb injury. And then when Tomo threw up, I thought it was just very funny. And then I dropped my muffin on the floor and I thought it was hilarious. The more the more small indignities that are happening to me, I think the funnier it is. You're absolutely right. I'm falling up. I'm falling up. I might volunteer. After work today, I might volunteer. I'll head down to the soup kitchen. I can ladle with my strong hand. I really feel like you gotta laugh. Like if we were in planes, trains, and automobiles, there's two kinds of people in the world. There's Steve Martins and then there's John Candys. I think I would start as a Steve Martin, and by the end, I would be John Candy. Which, by the way, is kind of the arc that happens to Steve Martin in the movie. But anyway. Oh, hold on. I was opening an OBS recording there. My mistake. I am becoming one of the Three Stooges. Can I tell you how comical it is? And I don't know if this is men or it's just me or people like me. First thought I had when I slammed my thumb into the door hinge was, crap, but not those words. Second thought I had was, well, like fucking 90 years ago, Granddad was out there in the Battle of the Bulge, bullets whizzing over his head, like artillery shells dropping down 50 feet away from him. He's eating like cold beans out of a can or something like that. You think he was complaining? No, he was writing letters back to my grandma with his weak hand, going like, everything's pogged out here. Don't worry about me. Legit, my second thought was, hey, at least I'm not like in the shit right now. At least I'm not in Vietnam. At least I'm not. At least I'm not beset on all sides by hostile armies. My brother in Christ, the 101st were endlessly bitching about their fight, and they were right to. Yeah, but like it could always be worse. Like at least they weren't in the 102nd, right? Well, I feel like most people go like, oh, no one has it as hard as me. Like I wanted a hamburger, but they served me a hamburger patty on sourdough bread. Nobody knows what it's like to be me. There's something, and I don't know if this was given to me by my parents or culture or whatever, but like when I'm the greater the suffering that I have, the more I'm like, I deserve this. Thank you for not making it worse. At least I didn't break my thumb probably. At least I didn't sever it. And even if I did sever it, I still got another one, and even if I lost the other one, people make do, right? There's something, I don't know. I think it's my mom. My mom, she's a glass half full kind of person for sure. They could just reattach it. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty bad for my Warzone career though. By the way, here's a text from my mom. If you think it's broken and needs to be set, don't leave it too long. It will heal really badly and cause arthritis. Take it from an old person, open parentheses, your dad. Oh, man. Haha. Oops, all caps. Ha ha. I think it's just gonna hurt like you know what for a while. I can feel. Is it what is it that causes pain relief? What's the neurotransmitter? I can feel my body's natural antihistamines flooding my brain right now. I feel good, man. I feel better than I did when I woke up. And I am awake. Whoo! Kicks like a mule with his balls wrapped in duct tape. Tight, 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 tight. All right, let's pop out the chat here. I've calmed down enough. The heart rate is low enough. I can use the mouse. Let me go to Reddit. The website's so nice they named it once. Am I the asshole? They're called cytokines. That's why you need to take COX inhibitors. Excuse me, are you trying to you trying to ligma me in my fucked up state right now? COX inhibitors? Also, where the hell do you guys live that you just like live in a pharmacy? I said I was gonna take one Tylenol. People were like, no, don't take one Tylenol. Take half a Motrin and then like snort up an Aleve and put it up your asshole. Like how many painkillers do you keep in your house? I have Tylenol and children's Tylenol. That's it. That's all I got, man. I'm a registered nurse? Okay, well, thank you for everything you do for society. Sorry about all the fucked up stuff I said about the medical system, even though much of it was not directed towards the people involved at the front lines, like nurses and doctors and nurse practitioners and even the admin staff. Most of it was just directed towards the system. I've been eating the damn muffin. I didn't even think about the fact that it fell on the floor. I've just been biting. Pharmacists never get love or hate. I would say I have a positive opinion about pharmacists to the extent where like sometimes if I like get a couple of things at the pharmacy and then I also get medicine from a pharmacist, I feel bad because they ring it up. And I'm like, you didn't spend no disrespect to the service industry, but I know you didn't spend 12 years in school, like in university, to get your degree to be like ringing up my Hall's extra strength cough drops, right? Like that's you got other stuff on the go. you, surely you got other things to do. They kind of did. Well, that's why they're so damn good at it. And then I got so many anecdotes, well, not so many, but I got anecdotes from yesterday. Put the baby down for a nap. Kate says, hey, can you run out and get some cat litter? I go to catch my ass, walk into the pet store, minus 12, taking photos of every single kind of cat litter that's in the pet store, sending the message to Kate. And she says, what else do they got? I say, sister, that's it. Then she sends me a picture of the cat litter she wants, and I'm like, they don't have it. And then I'm waiting like 8 minutes for a text, just standing in the aisle, like what the hell am I supposed to do here? Anyway, we figured it out. Then I went to the pharmacy to pick up something from the post office. I hand them the slip that says we have a parcel. They scan it and go, oh, this isn't here yet. And oh, okay, cool. Thanks for making me like wait in line for 20 minutes behind a bunch of people after giving me a slip that says, hey, come to the post office to pick this up. Then I go to I get the cat litter at the pharmacy And then I put it in the self-checkout, and I scan it, and I put it on the scale. It says, please wait for attendant. I say, fuck that. No attendant's coming. Then I see them, they're talking on the phone right now. So I go to another self-checkout, scan the cat litter, put it on the scale. It says, please wait for attendant. I said, no, man. So I took the cat litter, and I got in the freaking line. I got in the line to not go to self-checkout anymore, to go to the cashier. Then I go to the cashier, she scans it, I pay for it, and then I see my receipt print out. She's talking to her coworker about the shoes that she wore to work that day. I'm like, I got places to be. I grab the cat litter. I start walking out. She said, like, I get all the way to the door. She's like, excuse me, sir, do you want a receipt? I said, no, I'm good. People wilding out, man. People going crazy right now. And this is pre-thumb. Hold on, we might as well wait till the vacuum's done. Just drink some water. Is the vacuum ever done? it's a truly nihilistic way of thinking about it. But I agree, that's how it feels sometimes. That's for damn sure. How was the Peloton? It was good. 45-minute Emma Lovewell 90s ride. 526 kilojoules. The real question is how tomorrow's Peloton ride is going to be. I might have to just do a 20-minute core class on the floor. Yeah, you need your thumb. You need your thumb to hold the handlebars out of the saddle. I mean, if you had like an insane core, maybe you wouldn't need it, but otherwise you need it. It's not like I'm going to fall over, but still. You ride with your thumbs? I mean, you need like your whole body, basically. I'm not saying like your thumbs are the things pushing the pedals, but you need them. I legit, you could run a normal Twitch stream without thumbs. I'm realizing right now. You don't need thumbs to click on top TikTok videos of the first week of December 2022 and then just like shovel popcorn in your mouth and laugh now and then and go like, we fell down. Bro, no. Dude, don't do it. Oh, you fell. Ah. All right, I gotta get started here. slash marker. How am I hitting the? I'm hitting the dude. My brain immediately adapted. I've hit my just without even consciously thinking about it. I was hitting the space bar with my right index finger. Thank you, brain. Thank you. That's incredible, man. React Quartz. There you go. The rumors of React Quartz demise have been greatly exaggerated. I want you to know that when it comes to like streamers who love the job, I think there's streamers who tolerate it, okay? And I'm not like going Super Saiyan every single day. Some days I'm like, I'm okay to be here, and some days I'm like, I'm having an amazing time. Like this is the meaning of my life. But I am like an hour and 20 minutes into the stream. We just got started doing normal content, but I dragged my daughter to daycare in probably like not exaggerating, like the biggest blizzard in Vancouver in I don't know, like the 10 years that I've lived here, at least is one of the top three. Like almost everything is closed. Walked all the way back and then smashed my thumb in my own back door due to my own uh, hustle. Unfortunately, me being an idiot was like, I'm 30 minutes late. I got to go fast. Tunk. What an idiot. Thumbnail turned completely white. So I got it all gauzed up here. But yeah, and I'm live. And can I don't ask for it too much. Can I get a little easy clap in the chat? Thank you. Thank you. Okay? And it's not like I don't feel like I have to be here. I feel like I want to be here and this like I know you're on YouTube you're going to be like, "Oh, it's crazy how this was like the last video he posted before the thumb infection spread to his brain and killed him." But hopefully that's not the case. Look, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Like I'm okay. I'm not gonna go to the hospital for this unless it starts to smell vaguely of almonds. But anyway, whoo, I'm feeling good. Am I the asshole for taking an Uber to a wedding so I wouldn't be late? My sister got married last weekend. Easy claps in the chat, please. I flew into town and my parents insisted I stay with them instead of a hotel just like I wanted. My parents are consistently late for everything. I think it's a Latin thing. I hate being late. I think it's disrespectful. All right, immediately not the asshole. I know I'm late a lot, but listen, all I'm going to say, you're not going to... when it's me in charge of my own destiny, then I'm here when I'm supposed to be here. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes the baby is like, I'm on track for being on time, and then she has like a third diaper in the morning or something like that. It happens, okay? It happens. Noon rolls up, and my folks, oh, sorry, the wedding was at 2:30. My folks live about half an hour from the church. Okay, in my head, here's how early people think, okay? The wedding's at 2:30. My folks live half an hour from the church. You do not, late people will be like, we'll leave at 2. No, that's because you got to, once you get to the church, you have to park, and there's going to be tons of people parked on the street because it's a wedding. So it might take you a little longer to park. And then you got to walk in, and that's when the thing's supposed to start. So you should be in your seat by then. You're not supposed to be walking in at the same time as like the bride and the groom, right? You're not supposed to be walking in and taking your seat in the pew when they're playing the wedding march by Methuselah. What's his name? Mendelssohn. Okay, so me, if it was me, you live a half an hour from the church, it starts at 2:30. I would want to be there at 2. So I would tell myself I would leave at 1:30, and then my ass would be ready at 1:15, and I'd be like, well, what am I going to do? Turn on the TV and watch 15 minutes of shit that I don't care about? So I would be leaving the house at like 1:17. I'd be showing up at the same time, like they're still getting the flowers set up, and there would be nobody in the pews. And I would be like, well, even though I'm here first, I'm not going to sit at the front because they're just like a friend of mine. Like, that's where the family's supposed to sit. So I would be sitting there like 5 pews back on the side of the person's family that I knew and just looking at my phone for like 45 minutes. I'm not saying all early people are like you don't win. When you're early, you usually lose because you have to spend more time like waiting for late people. And the most messed up thing about all of it is like they're gonna say that it's gonna start at 2:30, but they're actually gonna start at like 2:40 because they're gonna be like, this guy's parents are gonna be late, so we're not gonna start right at 2:30. So the late people get accommodated for, and the early people they get it from both sides. But anyway, sorry. They are adults, and I am over dealing with them. Hold on. Noon rolls up, and my parents aren't even getting ready yet. Listen. If you are, and I apologize for the heteronormative gender roles. For a man to get ready for a wedding is max 1 hour if he's not in the wedding. You take a shower, maybe you have to shave, and then you find your suit, you put it on. Maybe you got to steam out some wrinkles. So they're not super late here at noon. Maybe his mom has to, bathe, dry her hair, eat some lunch or something like that. It's their daughter getting married. Oh yeah, wait, never mind. Oh yeah, they should have been getting ready at like 9. And even that's kind of pushing it. I got ready. I send for an Uber. I'm in the church at 2. I check in with my sister. She asked if I had any problems getting my parents to church. I told her I came by myself. She bawuma white. She bawuma white. And said that I was responsible for getting them there on time. She bawuma white. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. Can I get an auto correct on this one? She turned white. Okay, because she was shocked. Well, nobody asked me to do that. I didn't even want to stay there. So now everyone starts calling my parents. They're getting ready. They were about 35 minutes late. The service was shortened because there was another wedding later that day. Everyone is still mad at me for not getting my parents there on time. My aunt said I'm an asshole for messing up the timing of the wedding. My mom says it's my fault for not reminding them to get ready. Am I the only one who thinks adults should be able to be on time for their own kid's wedding without help? Not the asshole. Cut and dry, not the asshole. Listen, your parents are old enough that for a special event like this, for your child's wedding, I mean, when are you going to learn that your actions have consequences, right? It's you should have your parents should have had a moment in their lives up to this point where they were like their lateness was tolerated, and then one day it wasn't. One day they were like, I'm going to be 10 minutes late for this thing, but don't worry, it's never a big deal. And then it was a big deal, and then they go, okay, I have to change my life now. I sympathize with the habitually late in the sense that it's always hard to change like ingrained habits. In a way, I feel lucky. Like I'm extremely rarely late for things if it's just me. But I'm lucky because that was the lesson that was taught to me by my parents. My mom is even like a little bit crazy about it. If they like have a flight that leaves at like noon, they'll be like, okay, well, we have to be at the airport 2 hours early. So we got to be at the airport at 10. So we're going to have to, it's a 30-minute drive to the airport. So we're going to leave at 4:30 a.m. Maybe we should just sleep in the airport overnight, you know? So that is the lesson that was passed on to me, and I peeled back some of it to preserve my sanity. It is hard to change your habits if you're like if you're habitually late, I'm sure, but like I don't know, it's like this is the other people have stuff to do too. Maybe your parents are 100? That seems unlikely. Do you know that if you looked at the demographic breakdown of the world, you know what percentage of the population is 100 years old? It's like 0.05% of the population. Everybody knows like one 100-year-old. Think about how many people you know that are not fucking 100. Like all of them, except for, statistically speaking, Aunt Ruth. Are there more 100-year-olds or people that are 7 feet tall? That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. I bet there's more 100-year-olds. You could do a back of the napkin calculation. What percentage of adults are 7 feet, or kids, I guess? What's the proportion of 7 feet tall individuals? It's got to be like 1 in 10,000 or something like that, maybe even less. And then how many people live to be 100 years old? It's got to be, well, I don't know. I feel like 1 in 10,000 might be a bit of a stretch, but this is a real question. How many 100-year-olds are 7 feet tall? I think I feel pretty comfortable saying the answer there is like probably 0. Especially because you shrink as you get older. Lots of people 6'11" or or around there, but yeah. Also, if you're 100 years old, no one cares. But first off, the sister would be getting married. No, nobody that is 100 years old has a kid that's getting married where their sibling is contemporary enough to be like, I'll just take an Uber. They would be in a horse-drawn carriage, and it's a fundamentally you're begging the question. Why are you so slavish to the 3-question format? Anyway, this is a good way to get started because this is cut and dry, not the asshole. Like I can see why people would be like a little bit annoyed, like that, because listen, you did kind of you let your parents take the shot. Now your parents got in front of the bullet. Don't get me wrong. The nicest thing to do would be to show up with them, and then when they were like, "Why are you late?" be like, "Why do you think?" And everyone would know. Everyone would know without even having to say it. It's the subtext that adults speak with every day, okay? Everyone would laugh. But I don't think you did a disservice by making sure that you made it in time to see your sister get married. You could start to, but here's the thing. So people always say that, if you know there's going to be late people, tell them that it starts 30 minutes early. I feel like that's like, though, I feel like if I tried that, the one time I did it, they would show up on time and be like, yo, what the fuck? And also, now I got to keep like 20 lies in my head. Oh, the latest person, I told him it was going to start an hour before it started. Then, like, this person's like a little late, so I told him it was going to be 15 minutes before it's just too much to keep track of, you know? That is and also you do run the risk of making them the main character, right? Because if they're a late person and you tell them to be there at an early time when it's not actually, like to preempt it, then they're like, oh, well, next time, if they tell me the time, I'm just going to show up 30 minutes later. Because I know you give everybody the 30-minute extra window at the start. You're starting an arms race. There are 3,007 feet tall people in the world and 500,000 100-year-olds. Okay, 100-year-olds win. Now, here's another question. If you put all the people who are 7 feet tall on one side and all of the 100-year-olds on the other, who wins the tug of war? Might sound crazy. I honestly think I would go with the 100-year-olds even still, just due to sheer numbers. I mean, that's like 150 to 1. Do you think you could, if you were 7 feet tall, it's an honest question. We're doing thought experiments, okay? You know why? I'm delirious. Let's not even assume you're 7 feet tall. Do you think you could beat 1 versus 150 100-year-olds in a tug of war? Because I don't feel comfortable saying that. I think that the average 100-year-old is probably more than 1% strong as I am. Which means if you add up 150, I mean, I don't exactly know how the physics work, but all you need is like one 100-year-old that's 10% of your strength, and then it's over for you. Let me put it that way. Once one falls down, it's all over. Listen, we're verging into slightly offensive territory, okay? If there's any 100-year-olds watching this right now, I'd like to apologize. It's sobering to think of the fact that you would be born in 1922. Think of all the things you've seen. My God. Calvin Coolidge, the presidency of Calvin Coolidge. Did you know that Calvin Coolidge had a reputation for being humorless when he was the president? Something that, to be honest, I look back on with a little wistful fondness. I wish that was us now. We could use a little bit of that in the modern era. Calvin Coolidge had a reputation for being humorless. In a public relations campaign, he tried to reverse that image and make himself seem a little bit cooler, ironically, by throwing a party on the White House lawn. New York Times reported on the party. You know what the headline was? President nearly laughs. I miss the era, man. I miss the era when the world's biggest newspapers were just wilding out. Just owning people left, right, and center. Thank you for asking, Kate. I think my thumb, I don't think it's great, but I do think it's not going to be as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it's not great. What happened to it? I kind of smushed it in the back door, like between the. I had it where the hinge is, and then I closed the door on it by accident. And then the nail turned completely white, and we put some gauze on it. I mean, I've got it. No, someone tried to steal our daughter on the way to daycare, and I went, "Wah!" Jonathan. I know you're delirious because of the painkillers, brother. I took one Tylenol. You know, people be waking up with a headache taking two Tylenols. I took one little red, like an easy swallow tab. I do think it's realistic that I lose the thumbnail, though. I don't. When I looked like you when you take, and I apologize on YouTube. You're probably like, please give us some more like content. But this is my content for today, okay? When you got to use the adrenaline you have when you hurt yourself. So I went upstairs, holding my thumb, and I looked at Kate, and the first thing I said is, like with the most calm demeanor I could muster, I said, "Don't freak out. I hurt my thumb really bad." And then I just went to the bathroom and started running cold water on it. And then I was running the sink on top of it, and she was like, "Your thumbnail's completely white." And I had to resist every impulse in my body to be like, "Yeah, I know." But what do I? It's not like she's gonna whisper and she's gonna be like "Nita, Huta, Fista," and then the thumb's gonna be like better. Like, what is she supposed to say? Is she supposed to say, "Does it hurt?" It's the same thing. I'll be like, "Yeah, obviously." There's like nothing she could have said where I would have been like, "Thank you for your healing incantation," right? And then she wrapped it up so nice. There's a band-aid under this too. Whew. Anyway, not the asshole. If they need to be reminded to get ready on their daughter's wedding day, they need a live-in caretaker. Unless you were specifically asked to get them to the church, that's not your job. If your sister thinks you messed up the wedding by being on time, I think it's a good time for some space between you and your family. That might be a little much, but I do understand where you're coming from. I mean, the sisters just, you gotta recognize that there's some collateral damage here that's not your fault, but I could see why people would be mad. You know, your sister's like, "Oh, mom and dad didn't make it to my wedding on time," and it's kind of like, I thought it was your responsibility. Kate, stop roasting me. She's in chat going, he just kept saying, "Ah." Yeah, I was, I did have my head bowed while running the sink on my thumb going, I wasn't going, "Ah," but I was going, "Ah." It hurt, and it still hurts. But it's not like, I wasn't just doing it for humor's sake. And then, Kate, did you see, well, maybe you didn't see, then, like I was telling the story about crushing my freaking thumb into the door, and then Tomo threw up in the corner, like on open mic. And then, so I got up, I got the paper towels and cleaned it. Everyone's like, most cursed stream I've ever seen in my life. And then when I sat back down, I grabbed my muffin to take a bite and I dropped it on the floor. It's like, it's just not my day today. Not the asshole. If they wanted you to do that, they should have asked in advance. Where's the, like, this one's honestly like you're based. Letting someone experience the consequences of their actions is the natural way that it's supposed to work. Now, like if it was a child, you're supposed to build some scaffolding there. You're supposed to let them make mistakes in a way that doesn't actually like, impact their life too much. But like if you're in your 40s, your 50s, or your 60s, then yeah, What did you think? Like people were just going to be like, "Oh, that's just, I love them because they're late." No, they're going to be like, "This is annoying. So like get out of here." Okay, so the comments do not disagree. Everyone told me the comments were going to disagree. The comments do not disagree. Do you still have your life insurance? Just checking. No, ironically, that policy has not kicked in yet. I need to have a nurse come to our house and take a blood and urine sample. If she wants a blood sample, I'll just stick my hand out the window right now. She wants a urine sample, I'll wring out my underwear. Oh, Am I the asshole for not wanting my husband to go to his ex's funeral? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Holy cow, this is a long one. Bro, like, she's dead. You won. What do you mean he's not allowed to go to the funeral? I'll admit I'm biased right off the bat. I couldn't stand her. I call her his ex to myself and others. He called her his friend. We were all in our 40s. She died recently, aneurysm. I've been with him for 10 years now, but he'd known her for 20 plus. With none of this, like the aneurysm part, sure. Not that we really deserve to know because this is a complete stranger, but simultaneously, like this is way too much information that doesn't matter at all. Can you imagine if it did say she died, thumb indoor? Oh man. The way he tells it, they were friends in college, decided to date, got married, and then realized they weren't a great couple and decided to just be friends. All that happened years before I met him. He was clear early on that she was important. A couple months into dating, it came up that his friend was actually his ex-wife. Okay, I see. He explained the above to me, saying she was one of his closest friends and it was purely platonic. I expressed some discomfort at him being so close to his ex. And he told me, that's fine. If you have a serious issue with it, let me know and save us some time. I'll choose her. I like you and all, but I've known her for over 12 years and she's one of the most important people in my life. You'll have to be okay with that if you want us to be a thing. Okay. It is kind of a giga chad, but at the same time, like, he set his boundaries early and she went with it. When we were engaged, I asked again. He gave me this perplexed look and asked, why would us getting married affect my friendship? I sucked it up and went along. I resented every moment of knowing her, especially when we had to be social. She understood some part of him I couldn't. Her husband was friends with mine as well, so it's not like I could use him as an angle. What does that mean? As an angle? Why are you using a human being as an angle? I sort of don't even understand the question. This is a fake story? I don't know. Would you just give it a little extra time? What is this r/Helltaker post? Isn't Helltaker that good but also incredibly horny Steam game? It doesn't appear to be not safe for work. I also see RoboCop on it. He'd have lunch with his ex. Then they'd go to their geeky movie. Okay, I think you're right. I think this is bait, designed to make people upset. As soon as she said geeky movies. Nobody's making a post on Reddit like they're Rachel McAdams from Mean Girls. They'd go see their geeky movies, Thor, Ragnarok, and so on, such the Batman. The few times I brought it up, he said, we've had this conversation before. You had your chance to back out. She died after they had lunch the other day on the way to her car. He spent a bunch of time crying, but honestly, I was relieved. You're just like, this is made up. Other people might fall for this. I'm not going to fall for this. That's crazy. He spent a bunch of time crying, but I was relieved. Oh, man. Here's one that this has got to be bald posting, right? Am I the asshole for saying I won't come to Christmas at my in-laws if I can't wear a hat? I gotta know. This is a petty little thing, but maybe you guys could help me know if I was in the wrong. For context, I, 25F, got married in November. Okay, maybe not bald posting. My mother-in-law doesn't really like me, even trying to steal the spotlight at my wedding, but is still overly traditional. At Thanksgiving, I was having a really bad hair day, so I wore a black leather cap, a dressier newsboy style one. Oh, no, dude. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. We're going to be okay. Which my husband said looked great on me. The holiday was hostile, even more so than prior gatherings that I'd been to, and my hubby said his mother-in-law said it was because I wore a hat, but I know it was just an excuse. I told mother-in-law I wouldn't come to Christmas with them, and then blocked her number and her Facebook. My husband is trying to keep us both happy because he doesn't like conflict. He wants me to come to one more celebration to see if maybe people are getting used to me. He told his mother, she needs to be nice and treat me as part of the family since I am. And if I feel unwelcome at Christmas like I did at Thanksgiving, that we won't attend future events and she won't see him much anymore. I understand why he wants me to go give them one final chance and haven't had any conflict with him. Marriage is about compromise, and I get that he doesn't want to cut her off since she's his mother, but I just don't want to be involved with her unless I have to be. Okay, but like, what does this have to do with a hat so far? Like, it doesn't really seem like this is entirely driven by the hat. It seems like she was just like disrespectful to you. I will say, like, I outside, winter, summer, I'm wearing a hat. I had to remember that, like, there are people who consider hats disrespectful. Like, I remember, Kate, we had dinner with my parents' friends, and the dad was like, because you're the son of my friend, I'll let you wear your hat inside, but otherwise I wouldn't. I was just like, some people are very, it was his house. I was, in my head, was I like, that's a little bit weird? Yeah. But at the same time, I was like, all right, wait, I mean, your house, your rules, and I'll probably never see you again anyway, which is fine. And then I've also, like, I realized I shouldn't be wearing my Canadian hat on the Disney cruises because apparently my server thinks I'm wearing marijuana-based paraphernalia. But anyway, that's beside the point, I suppose. I'm mostly just looking for a chance to reference it and tie it back into earlier content. I wanted to see if mother-in-law was listening to him, so I asked my husband to request that I be allowed to wear the same hat to Christmas. Hubby said I thought I'd worn it because I had a bad hair day, but this time it's as a statement that they shouldn't treat me as an outsider, either because I wear hats all the time. Right now it's just a sports visor, which I'd never wear to a holiday, so it's not like I'm doing that. Like when she says right now it's a sports visor, she's talking about the hat that she's wearing while she's writing the post. Am I correct in putting this in context? Yes. Okay. All right. Or they just don't like me. If they won't let me wear a hat, what else are they going to restrict about me? Let me be me or I won't come. Period. My husband agreed and relayed this. Of course he did. Because you're like, no offense, you're a little insane. Which is fine. Everybody's crazy in their own way. But I understand. He's like, just let her wear the hat rather than get in like a 2 hour long argument about whether a visor is really a hat or, et cetera, et cetera. My husband agreed and relayed this to his mother, and she's been asking him why he married the devil. He's growing tense with me, and I told him he'll probably have to pick a side sooner or later, and that I never intended it that way. He spent last night at a friend's house because he needed to think. I feel bad because I care about him, and I know conflict stresses him out. Well, at least you're picking like some serious battles. At least you're not stressing him out for no reason over something petty. You waited until you just couldn't take it anymore, until some very serious differences in values came to a head, and it's important. It's important to work through this stuff. I feel bad because I care about him. I know conflict stresses him out. I told him to text me when he's ready to talk. He hasn't yet. My friends think my hat request was unnecessary, and maybe I strained my relationship with my husband. I think he just needed space to think because conflict stresses him out. So I got to ask, am I the asshole for saying I won't come if I don't wear a hat? Update. My husband just texted me saying he got off the phone with his mother. He told her off for calling me the devil and said if I can't wear a hat, he's not coming either. And that she really should get over her antiquated BS. She did not respond well. I don't think we're going to Christmas there now, so maybe we'll have a Friendsmas. I don't know. We'll think of something. So I think that this person is not necessarily picking their battles appropriately. I don't really think that they're being an asshole. I think that it's the same situation or a very similar situation to maintain some form of cognitive resonance as when somebody wants to bring their own food to a holiday. If I'm okay with somebody bringing a garden salad or samosas or, Kanaka broth or whatever to Christmas, why should I not be okay with someone bringing a hat? If they're most comfortable in a hat, why not let her wear a hat? I think it's weird. And then, like maybe after you left my house, I might be like, if I was her husband, I'd be worried because I don't have a flat brim and a snapback. I'd be worried that maybe like one day she would like leave me for her hat or something like that. I might make some sort of joke about it, some sort of some sort of insults, but I would still welcome them to Thanksgiving and then just maybe make one hat-based joke about them after they left, to which the other people at the party who were still there would say, "You're bad." And I would go, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. I don't think this is just weird. It's just, I don't know what to say, like, on the other side. Like, I feel like if it's your house, you do have the right to say you can't wear a hat in my house. But at the same time, you shouldn't be surprised if people are like, well, I'm not going to come to your house then. You got the right. I mean, you got the right to do a lot of things that will like alienate people and leave you with like no friends at Christmas time. It's not like they're gonna put you in prison for it, but they might be like, man, if I could choose to spend time with someone on the holidays, she falls out of my top 8. You know what I mean? I do want to see the hat, man. I hate how she described the hat. I think that's really why I've found myself almost wanting to say everybody sucks here. Is when she was like, it's a dressy leather newsboy cap. That's where I was like, I can't. You remember when those photos on Twitter that are like, what were we thinking in 2009? And it's 50 Cent where he's dressed like he's in Peaky Blinders and stuff like that. 1990s Christina Aguilera vibes. There's definitely, I'm picturing Christina Aguilera from the Dirty Tour. The Dirty Tour. Is it Aguilera? Christina Aguilera. Aguilera. Introducing Christina Aguilera. Aguilera. I think I grew up saying Aguilera. Is that how it's said? The wickedly talented Adele Dazeem. I can't read all that. I'm sorry. It's just going by too fast. It's too much. Everybody sucks here. You took a situation that could have been a first step towards a less contentious relationship with your mother-in-law and made demands which intentionally antagonized her. Of course, you should be able to wear whatever you want. And your mother-in-law is being insane. But do you want to be right or do you want peace in the family? Well, she wants to be right. Absolutely. I think that's very clear. Just the way that she said, if it's not the hat, then what else is it going to be? Well, it seems like it's going to be whatever else you let it be, but that's fine. I mean, it's the same. You should be able to show up for the holidays like whatever you're comfortable in. Again, I don't know if it's just like a generational difference, but I feel like most people like my age, if I went to Christmas dinner and I was like wearing a suit, and then my brother-in-law was wearing like a bathrobe, I would be like, get it, brother. Oh, I wasted all this time putting on a suit and you're wearing a bathrobe? Who the fuck cares? The earth is warming at like 0.25 degrees annually. We got other shit to worry about. Like, you just eat the dinner? It's not a big deal. Like, the animals are leaving and just seems like this. Like, I don't care. Maybe he just wants to be comfortable. That's what we were saying. I know I was talking about it with Apollo. But he was like, nothing should have a dress code, even like funerals. And I was like, that's a little bit too far for me. But like at the same time, why is he wrong? If someone wants to show up to like their family's funeral in socks and sandals and cargo shorts, like the day's already hard enough. Like who gives a shit? Oh, you're not taking it seriously because you don't have sleeves on your legs. Maybe it's a little weird. It's disrespectful. Bro, it's respectful to like answer your family's calls. You know, it's respectful to when it snows to like shovel their driveway. Who cares what you wear to the funeral? Like, listen, I would wear a suit, but if somebody showed up in like a Hawaiian shirt, I wouldn't be like, oh, they're celebrating. I would be like, their ass was probably late, and they were like, well, it's between my pajama shirt that says baby dick and the Hawaiian shirt, and at least the Hawaiian shirt has buttons. You know, it's just I'm judgmental, but I'm not judgmental in that way. I'm more judgmental that like, I'm like, why are you walking down the middle of the grocery aisle when implicitly there's supposed to be like a left side and a right side for two different directions of traffic to move through? Like, are you nearsighted and farsighted, so you have to be standing exactly in the midpoint of the aisle so no carts can get past you in either direction? Hold on, I got a little hangnail here. The day's tragedies never cease, man. Who asked? No, that's fair. That's fair. Not another nail. Am I the asshole for telling my husband's daughter to stop calling me mom? We've seen these too much. Like, I can't go back with this. I can't do that. How about this? Okay, there's the two good ones. Am I the asshole for asking my daughter for help? 11,000 upvotes, certified asshole. Okay, so this is. I love this title. Oh, I'm the asshole for asking for help? And then everybody read the post and said, yep, yep. That is true. Something tells me they're misrepresenting the situation. Wanted to clarify two things. I'm her dad. Not sure why everyone keeps referring to me as her mother. Everyone keeps telling me the grade due date is actually the post date. If I was allowed, I would post a link so you could see the calendar literally says December 19th, grades due from faculty, and December 20th, grades posted. She literally admitted to lying that they were due Sunday today, so I'm not sure why people are so stuck on insisting I'm wrong about that. Okay. I'm 54 and my daughter is 28. She's home on break from grad school getting her PhD. She's only home for 2 weeks because she said she doesn't have any more time, even though she has a month break. That's been a big thing. Your daughter is an adult, by the way. Your daughter is 28 years old. Why are you being so, like, I don't know. Why are you telling me this story expecting that other people would be like, yeah, that seems normal? Wow, dude, your daughter sounds like a total bitch. You're right. Get her ass. That's been a big thing with her lately. She's constantly too busy to do things with us or help us out, even though she does have the time. I got my younger daughter a sweater, and it turns out she already has it. I called my older daughter from work on Friday and told her she needed to run and exchange it for a different one. Bro, buddy, that's your problem. No wonder she's saying she's too busy. You fucked up, and now she's got to go to the mall on like December 17th or something like that? You're calling her when she's at work? Oh, from your work while she's just getting her PhD. Just living her salad days. She said, okay, she'd do it the next day. I said it needed to be done that day to get the best options. Listen, by December 18th, all the sweaters are going to be gone. Everybody knows peak sweater buying day is December 17th. This is crazy. I told her it needed to be done that day to get the best options. She said she was grading, so she can't. I told her it's not like she can't pause her grading, run out, and exchange it. She said she wasn't going to slow down her work and just said that I should do it when I got back from work. I said I was busy, and I don't feel like running out after a long day of work. And she said neither did she, but she doesn't have a long day of work. She's sitting on her computer all day and doesn't even have scheduled hours to work. She can do it whenever she wants. Holy cow. If this is real, this guy is... Father of the Year for sure. Today things really kicked off because I needed her to pick up an online order for a gift for my mom, her grandma. She again used the excuse of grading. She hadn't even started working yet. It was in the morning, and she was drinking coffee and having breakfast. Oh, man. This is so good. She said that she needs to have her grades done today, but I looked it up on the website because I'm insanely busy. And she has until Monday evening, so I called her on her BS, and she said she had other work due on Monday. Oh, apparently you don't just have like one thing to do. Apparently she's got like multiple things to do, and not all of them are like listed on the website or something. She had other work due on Monday, so she needed to get the grading done today, but wouldn't enlighten me on what this mysterious other work is because she's 28 years old, and honestly, it's none of my business. I said, well, tough. Grandma's gift needs to be picked up today, even though it's like 9 days till Christmas. But so all this shit needs to be done today. It doesn't actually have to be done today. If it's gotta be done, I can't even get through the post. If it's gotta be done today, then you do it. If it doesn't have to, if it doesn't have to be done today, then you can delegate maybe, and maybe out of the goodness of their heart they'll help you out. But this is crazy, man. So I can wrap it, and I was going into the office, so I couldn't do it. She said that if I don't want to do it myself, then it will be done on her own time. I told her with that attitude, she can stay somewhere else. She said happily and packed. She said she called my bluff, and I was like, oh shit, my wife is gonna be furious. And I tried to walk it back, but she was already gone. Packed her things, claiming she didn't want to stay here anyway and was only doing so because I insisted. She left her gifts and said not to expect her for the holidays. She'll just go to her girlfriend's family instead. I think it's ridiculous that she's throwing a fit just because she can't constantly live like she's the only person on the planet, but my wife and other daughter is now furious with me, which I think is crazy, but that's, a subject for a completely different post. So I figured I'd ask here because my younger daughter is always reading the stories with me. Am I the asshole or am I correct correct that my daughter is self-centered and childish? Holy cow. I mean, if this is real, this guy he's out of touch and he's also out of time. Number one, unless you have, and this is toddler posting, okay? Please do not describe an adult having enough of being mistreated as a tantrum, okay? Tantrum, and Kate will tell you this, is when my daughter is like, I want chocolate. And I'm like, you can't have chocolate until you get in the high chair. Not you can't have chocolate, but you can't have chocolate until you get in the high chair. And then she spends like 5 minutes going ape shit. And I'm like, literally, it's a 5-second chore. Maybe 10 seconds now, but otherwise it's a 5-second chore that we can do, and then we can give you the chocolate. But like the 2-year-old brain doesn't understand, the cause and effect relationship there, okay? Because she's 2. No, I mean, adults can throw a temper tantrum. It reminds me of that lady at J. Willie's who started to cry when she got served her hamburger on sourdough bread instead of a hamburger bun. I think of it all the time. This is the second reference to it today, quite frankly, I think. She keeps getting lit up. Maybe she was just having a hard day. Yeah, whatever, lots of people have hard days. You know what they do? You know what make your day easier? You just eat the damn bread. It's the same chemical composition. Just got a couple extra sour molecules or something. I'll write it. I'm eating a muffin that fell on the damn floor, dude. It's damn good. Anyway, what do you mean she's allergic to sour? The hell are you talking about? I made that comment up. I just thought it would be funny. Anyway. No, you're the asshole. I mean, I don't even know what you can say about this situation. It's literally so annoying. Someone's like, hey, let me tell you something, okay? Almost everybody thinks that they're busy the whole time. I actually am. But almost everybody thinks that they're busy the whole time from about age 16 until death, okay? So I understand that when you think you're busy and then you're like, here's another fucking thing to do. You're like, I'm too busy to do that shit. So you are then like immediately like, how do I get out of this shit? Because I'm too busy to deal with it. So you try to like put it off on somebody else. But like you can't put it off on somebody else for one, and then especially with like an urgent time constraint on it, unless like for a dumb reason. Hey, grandma, hop behind the wheel of the car and crash into a light post. Can you go meet her at the hospital? I'm busy. Okay, well, you gotta go. Like that one, like literally, you got that one, you gotta bite the bullet on. Hey, I accidentally bought your sister a sweater she already has. Can you go to the mall and exchange it for me for a new one? Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Unacceptable. Obviously, that you're crazy. You've lost your mind. So like I'm assuming that this is a real post and is not bait. I'm sure there probably are people like this in real life, but I'm sure that even just saying I'm sure that there's people like this in real life is just confirming my own bias, which basically I want to believe that there's someone like this in real life so that I can light them up anonymously through the internet. But anyway, we don't even need to read the comments here because the comments are going to go over the top. They're basically going to tell this guy to, like punch his own ticket. You're the asshole. Am I correct that my daughter is self-centered and childish? Nope, that's a mirror you're looking at. Okay, like, see, that's just the kind of this is, what is this, like an insult rap competition? Your mother is so fat that when she sits around the house, she eats more calories than she needs to, putting her at a thermodynamic surplus in spite of her relative sedentariness. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's an awfully hot coffee pot. You're the asshole. This must be a joke. First, suggesting that sitting at a computer isn't work/hard work. This is definitely a Discord admin. Mods, I didn't say mod. I said Discord admin. They've got other stuff to do. The mods are doing hard work. Thumb? What's wrong with what? This is what you want to see? There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, I'm just kidding. I remember that the tape was on there. My friend, who is a radiologist, always works from bed in his PJs and a bag of chips and makes close to $500,000 reading images. My husband is a lawyer, and most days he is in his PJs in bed writing some comments for the top law firm in the country. Do you think if your husband works at the top law firm in the country, he wants you identifying him like this? I'm not saying it's like a big deal necessarily, but like if you just said he's a lawyer, that's one thing. If you said he's the top law firm in the country, like we could probably figure out who your husband is. And then like, I'm not saying it would reflect badly on him necessarily, but some people might find it reflect badly on him. Also, is that true about a radiologist? I thought a radiologist was like handling the X-rays like in the hospital. Aren't they configuring the machine and stuff like that, and then telling you that don't worry, it's a very small dose of radiation, and then getting in a lead-lined room and hitting a button that goes. Pew! That's the tech. Okay. And then they just send the pictures over Discord to someone at home in their pajamas, and they go, yeah, his thumb's broken. Pretty much? Okay. Not too far from the truth. No, it's not so bad. Not so bad. I thought dude, like, this is my whole thesis on the medical industry is that you should just min-max for the easiest job that pays the most money. And I always thought people go become an anesthesiologist. That's crazy. You got people's lives in your hands. You're like, miss a decimal point and, people are waking up real groggy. I don't want to be an anesthesiologist. I feel like being a podiatrist wouldn't be that bad. You get doctor money. You do see. I'm not saying it's a walk in the park, but pun intended. You're gonna see some people's like really messed up feet. You're gonna see funguses, and you're gonna see injuries. That'll be, the first couple of months on the job will probably make you cringe until you get desensitized to it. But like, at least you're very rarely, I think, are you gonna see someone's foot and be like, you have to break the news that they're dying. You're not gonna have to. Nobody's coming in with the sniffles and getting you like infected with RSV. They're just going, hey, here's my trench foot. So you think, I'm not saying you don't have bad stuff come in, but it's at like a relative happy zone, it's in the Goldilocks zone. That's just my 2 cents. The road specialties are radiology, ophthalmology, anesthesiology, and dermatology. They are considered to have the cushiest lives within the medical profession. Because I'm not saying it's like you could have a cushier life. You could just be, like Paris Hilton or whatever. But ophthalmology, I could not do. I don't think I would enjoy looking at someone's fucked up eyeball. I mean, I don't think I could. Enjoy is not even the right word. And if I had to do like eye surgery, that's one of the things I don't think I have the stomach for. A podiatrist, I think I could handle. Because a foot is just like, I don't know, it's weird to say, but I don't really consider my feet like part of my body. They're just like, they're like equipment, Like, I know they are, but like not as much as like, my eyes are or like my tongue or something like that. A fucked up foot could be gnarly. Yeah, but what's it going to look like? It's going to look like a pretzel or something like that. A fucked up eyeball, and then you got to shine the light in it, and I'm seeing like little worms swimming behind the cornea or something. I can't do that, man. What about foot fungus? At least I'm not saying it would be like the greatest day at the office. I'm just saying in the spectrum of things that doctors have to deal with, I would rather deal with fucked up feet over fucked up eyeballs. I'm glad that there's a hero out there dealing with the messed up eyeballs. I personally would rather deal with the messed up feet. You ever see a nail curl in? You ever slam your thumb into a back door? Watch the nail in a single millisecond turn from pink to pale white? Because I have. Merely 1 hour and 44 minutes ago. My thumb is more a part of my body than my damn foot, by the way. Although, I'll be honest, if I had to choose this injury to happen to my thumb or my foot, I guess I would rather choose my thumb. Because at least, like, your feet have got to be in shoes if you're going outside. At least your thumb can kind of, like, free ball it. Although I might want to wear some gloves. I can always just keep my hand in my pocket or something like that. And the other one is hailing a taxi cab. You've never seen barefoot TikTok? Bro, I watch TLC, My Feet Are Killing Me sometimes. You see some gross stuff. I'm just saying, like, I would rather see messed up shoes than be like a general practitioner and be like, hey, we got the lab results back. You're going to die. I'd rather fall on the grenade of like, brother, your foot is messed up. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I'll let some real heroes do give the truly terrible news. Just be out here like, holy cow, you gotta dry between your toes when you get out of the shower, my dude. Am I the asshole for telling my niece she can leave after she went against the rules in my home, which she was staying in rent free? People love owning a home just so they can kick people out. I've never kicked anybody out of my house. That being said, we've never really had any visitors. We moved in like 2 months before COVID started and then had a baby. So I guess, I would be in prison if I kicked anybody out pretty much. But anyway, if you kept your shoes on, I'd probably kick you out, especially with all the snow on the ground. Don't even get me started with people who keep their shoes on in the house. It is weird. What are you going to do? Kick me out with your bare feet? Bro, I'm wearing socks. It's a little chilly down here on the hardwood. I can only assume, by the way, I'm looking at similar to this post, r/facepalm. No basic bodily functions allowed. I'm going to assume that this is a toilet that says, please do not urinate or defecate in the toilet. I'm just guessing. ETA, edit to add. When I said no socializing, I meant no one at my house. She can go out with anyone she wants. No issue. That's very big of you. Throwaways. I'm 30, my husband is 34, and my niece is 22. Okay. Our niece Amy, here we go. Here we go. Bust out the Punnett Square. My husband's half-brother's daughter. My husband's half-brother, which is not the same as a stepbrother. A half-brother is like one same parent, one stranger parent. Okay. Stayed at our home recently for almost 2 weeks. She had exam season at college. Her school is a bit of a drive from where she lives, and she'd be losing a lot of studying time going back and forth. So she asked if she could stay with us as we're nearby. She didn't pay any type of rent, but did reimburse the increase in utilities. She offered, by the way. We didn't ask her to. I think having family stay at your house and expect, if they're staying at your house for an extended stay of, I'm going to say more than 6 weeks, maybe you could start to talk about we need some sort of reimbursement. 2 weeks is well within the grace period of fuck off. 2 weeks is within the Goldilocks zone of just normal, conventional hospitality. Even utilities is kind of crazy. How much electricity and water is this lady using in 2 weeks? She could buy you like a nice bottle of wine or take you out for a dinner or something like that on the last day, but really? Like, is she mining crypto? I know power costs different stuff it costs different amounts in different parts of the world. But the water portion of our like power bill is literally like less than, I don't know, $2 a day. And that's with 2 adults and a toddler. I take a shower every day. Obviously, I'm drinking a lot of water. Using the washing machine and the dishwasher and so on and so forth. What am I going to send her an invoice every day for like 60 cents? Like, it's just not worth the paper and the ink, man. What I'm trying to say is I get that you're trying to make yourself seem like a fucking hero, but you're not a hero for letting your niece stay with you for 2 weeks and only charging her for utilities, okay? That's literally just normal. Well, it's actually more than normal to charge her for the utilities, but regardless. We agreed because this was for an educational purpose, and I made it very clear she couldn't be using this time for socializing, mingling, and so on. Amy agreed to everything. Last week I came home from work and saw Amy's husband in the kitchen. She's socializing. She's socializing with the member of the opposite sex in my household. In my household. He'd come with the report she'd left at home. I asked her, what the hell is going on here? She said she made him coffee since he made the trip and he's only here for 30 minutes. I reminded Amy we allowed her to stay here to make her studies easier, not so she could be bringing men over. I've also discussed this with her beforehand and she agreed, but now she's going against it. She probably did not assume, because she lives in the real world, she didn't assume you meant you cannot see your husband for 2 weeks when you live here. Are you crazy? She meant like don't throw a party with like the other kids in your class, the other adults in your class. I guess she is 22, but like, is her husband coming over having a cup of coffee? Amy started getting snarky. Oh no. It's the number one crime when you piss off a homeowner. She started back talking me in my own domicile, which she was only paying utilities for. So I replied, she needs to respect other people's house and rules, otherwise she can leave. She got upset and was quiet the rest of the time, but she did end up leaving a few days early. My husband said Amy should have respected the rules, but I was too harsh on her. I did text her later, but she didn't reply, and she didn't pick up my husband's calls either. He did talk to his half-brother, and they were pissed off. But I also told a couple of my family members about it, and they think I'm fine. Am I the asshole? An unbiased observer said, what the hell are you talking about, you crazy lady? But people who I have to see on a monthly basis were like, that seems fine to me. I wonder. You're crazy. You lost it. Listen, I could understand being annoyed if your niece was staying with you, and then she like went on a date and brought back a strange man to your house. Now, she's 22, so, like, you don't really get to say anything. But you might feel like I'm not super comfortable having a stranger in my house overnight. Okay, you're allowed to feel uncomfortable about it. But, like, her husband coming over, and it's like, first off, even if her husband, like, stayed overnight in the same bed, who cares? Are you Robert De Niro from Meet the Parents? You know he's, like, the bad guy. If you've ever seen the movie, like, it's not... Nobody is ever like, wow, Robert De Niro in Meet the Parents is so based. If there's a sympathetic character, it would be Greg Focker's fiance. Because even Greg Focker does some unconscionable things throughout the movie, but it's her husband. I know we've talked about this before. This is not necessarily like for legal reasons, but for practical social reasons, married couples are one entity when they choose to be one entity. If you invite me somewhere, and then I show up with my wife, you don't get to be like, oh, we only saved you like one chair, one of you's got to leave. Like, that's just, you're not always doing everything together 100% of the time, but it's implicit that you could bring them as a plus one to almost anything. I mean, you can't buy one ticket and then go, bring her to the movies, but, for social gatherings and stuff like that, absolutely. I might ask, sure. I might be like, hey, is it... Well, I don't know, honestly. If like, I was staying at a family member's house and then, like, Kate texted me and was like, hey, I brought that report from home. Can I drop it off? I would be like, yeah, no problem. I'm not going to go, like, ask for permission. I'm an adult. I would not insult you. I would not insult the host by asking permission to see my spouse. Because if someone asked me, I would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course. You can see your spouse. This isn't prison. Just make sure they're gone by 11 a.m., the devil's hour. Would you notify them? I don't think I would, honestly. I don't. Because I don't know. Because I think I would be insulted if someone notified me. If I was at work and my husband or my wife brought me some coffee, I'm not going to send them a text that's like, just so you know, if you look on the Ring camera and you see a lady, that's just my wife. We're not doing anything crazy, blah, 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 blah. Because that makes you look crazy. But I guess if the host is crazy, you got to know that in advance. Anyway. Why are all these about toilets? Thanks. I hate sharing one roll of toilet paper. 2 toilets side by side. You're the asshole. Her husband is coming over for a cup of coffee. that is not bringing men over. Sure, your house, your rules, but your reaction was completely over the top, as was expecting her to pay for the increase in utilities during her 2 week stay. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If she was taking 3 hour long showers, you might have like a cause. If she's taking like normal shower, I would lose it. I would like we go visit. There, listen, okay? There's an unspoken agreement, okay? We go visit our in-laws in Washington a lot, like maybe once every 2 months. So, and we usually stay overnight for 1 or 2 days. We eat their food, we shower in their bathroom, we dry off using their towels, etc., etc. Okay? So they are on a literal balance sheet level, they are paying for us to stay there. So what's the catch? Okay? The catch is we drove 2.5, 3 hours to see them. We're going to drive 2.5, 3 hours plus the border back. And we bring them, gifts for our nieces. And we bring them like a bottle of scotch or a bottle of wine or something like that. Or we pay for one of the dinners. It's what keeps the economy going is this. We don't need to have everything be broken down and Venmo'd. You ate 6 potatoes. I'm gonna invoice you at 50 cents a potato. You just, they're not paying for the gas. We don't pay for their utilities, and we just assume that it all comes out in the wash. It's the favor economy, exactly. And utilities is crazy because it is like I get if you lived in Sault Ste. Marie in the middle of the Hydro One blow up or something like that. Even then, you just gotta eat it. But in a normal circumstance, like sincerely, how much is one person using in utilities over the course of 2 weeks? A shower for her, probably a shower once every 2 days, because I'm just implicitly assuming she's one of those people that's like, actually showering's kind of bad for you, just so you know. You shouldn't shower often. You should just put nice flowers in your nose whenever I walk by. Several bucks, exactly. So we're probably talking about low double-digit dollars USD. If you're getting pressed over that, you're not ready. Like you should just say no, you can't stay with me because that's crazy. Yeah, I shower. Listen, I shower every day, but I shower every day when I don't work out, but I also shower every day because I work out. Because I would be sweaty as hell. I would just be disgusting. But I still, even when I'm not exercising, I shower every day. Just when I wake up, I'm kind of disgusting too. I don't want to, it's not just about impressing other people. I don't want to smell my own self when I'm out, What I do is take care of myself before I put other people's oxygen mask on. If you want to be one of those people who's listen, it's genuinely, I wouldn't have thought it if it weren't for my wife. But she literally can go 3 days, 4 days, not shower, not be gross, not smell bad. I'm like, by the end of I probably should shower before bed and when I wake up. It's just I different hormonal composition and different, I don't know, bacteria in my armpits or whatever. I have the burden of having to shower a little bit more often. That's really bad for your skin. I'm just chilling. Never in my life have I had a situation where I've been like, oh, my skin is all fucked up. I better stop showering. You take hot showers? Like Luke hot. It's not lukewarm because that's cold. It's like Luke hot. You're the asshole, OP, and a loony. Having family, even if it's half brothers, daughters. Thanks for clearing that up. And the sarcasm tag. Sorry, did I lose this one on the screen? Over for 2 weeks during exams and paying utilities, saying that she's bringing men over when her husband came by to drop off schoolwork. GTFOH. Get the frick out of my house, Dex. With family like this, who needs enemies? All bold. User received Reddit this for this post. Hold that. Scrolling. This, so much this, period. You're the asshole. Her husband isn't bringing men over. He was doing her a favor. To top it off, you charge a family member for utilities on a short stay. Hey, excuse me, she's a half-brother's daughter. You're the asshole. I must admit, I had to read this twice. How do you go from her husband having a coffee after dropping something off to bringing men over without running the risk of sounding foolish? Okay, anybody on her side? Just to clarify, your married niece stayed with you for 2 weeks, paid some amount for a utility increase, and you got upset when her husband stopped over? I get it. It's your house, your rules. Okay, it's on a repeat? The record is skipping? Some of these I'm just not going to touch. Am I the asshole for excluding my parents' throuple party from my wedding? That's one I'm just going to be. I have the shrewdness to stay away from that one. Just one too many issues that I don't want to get involved with. I believe a throuple is a couple of 3 people. Now, the English language has about 15 words that describe a group of 3 people. We didn't need to make a portmanteau. That being said, I can't deny that as soon as I read it, I understood what it meant. Why not call it a triumvirate? Does every throuple have a Pompey, a Caesar, and a Crassus? Because I don't think I would want to be. I would have to get my ass out of there if I looked and I was like, he's Caesar and she's fucking Pompey. That means my ass is Crassus. I gotta form like a new triumvirate, man. I don't have to be Caesar, but I at least gotta be Pompey, okay? If you are in a throuple and you find yourself being if you look at the other couple in the throuple and you don't see a Crassus, guess what? You the Crassus. Am I the asshole for exposing my coworker's bathroom habits? I, 25F, work at a smaller company of around 15 people. I get along with pretty much everyone, the exception of someone we'll call Alexis. Couldn't afford a car. No, okay, let's not go down this. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Alexis is very socially conservative, and I am not. I do my best to not talk about some things I know will cause an argument, but they sometimes happen anyway. One time I used the bathroom right after the cleaning crew finished cleaning it and didn't bother putting the toilet seat down because I was just going to squat to pee. Is this common? I'm not suggesting this is not okay. I'm just wondering. It's not how I pee, right? So like, wouldn't you rather sit down? Or is it you don't sit down because of the grossness of the seat? Let me tell you, like, here's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about like my thighs being on fire from squatting. I'm worried that like, if I sat down, I'm confident in the transit of the urine. But if I was squatting over the toilet, I would worry that I would augment the angle of incidence and pee on my jeans. Men will tell you, and I'm not sure if this will happen, if this does happen to women, because I'm just not familiar. Men will tell you we got enough problems. First off, we've got distance from the origin point to the bowl. But then on top of that, sometimes you'll just pee and it'll be like 2 streams for like 5 seconds. Like it'll be like you had the sprinkler on the wrong setting and it'll go like and then it narrows and starts going into the direction you're pointing. Sometimes you think it's going to have like a laminar flow and it just sort of dribbles out. And you're like, what the hell, dude? That's why I've become more of a sitter, honestly. Because the targeting computer just gets, it's a little bit messed up. It's just easier that way. Plus, you get to play a couple games of slice and dice on your phone. Honey, are you okay? You've been pissing for 95 minutes. Go away. Go away. Go. Cantrip, cantrip, cantrip. Roll, cantrip, cantrip. Poison, poison, cantrip. Gather, cantrip. Anyway, one time I used the bathroom right after the cleaning crew finished cleaning and it didn't bother putting the toilet seat down because I was just going to squat to pee. I washed my hands, and when I exited, I bumped straight into Alexis. I apologized and went on with my day. For the next 2 weeks, I thought Alexis was being particularly sanctimonious, but I didn't say anything as it wasn't too out of character. The subject of women's sports came up during lunch, and she made a snide comment along the lines of, people like OP ruin them for everyone else. What the hell? All right, well, we're not going to touch this one either. I'm going to say you're not the asshole. No, that is not how I thought this was going to go. Holy cow. Wait, but then hold on. She gets owned at the end of the story. Let me just see how. just give it a second. Give it a second. Just give it one moment. I squatted, Alexis. The energy of the room got very awkward, so I decided to make a joke. Are you telling me that you park your bare ass on the toilet seat in public restrooms? She turned bright red. Apparently she did, because she started muttering something about not being weird before bursting into tears and leaving the room, at which point Albert Einstein appeared. What's the guy's name from the ABC show, What Would You Do? Regis Philbin appeared from behind a curtain and said, you were on candid camera. We were testing people's morality, and you did the... John Quinones? Why did I think his name was Sergio Garcia? I know that that's a golfer. It's a Canadian golfer. Am I the asshole for letting my son get fast food and bring it to a wedding reception? Okay, maybe this one is like... Well, you know what? No, I was thinking wedding ceremony. Wedding ceremony, not okay, because you're in the church and nobody else is eating. Wedding reception, that's okay. I mean, it's like a little weird, but... Like, brother, if I want to get McDonald's, I could just go get McDonald's. Did you bring enough McDonald's for everybody? I don't understand. My son is a picky eater. He's 22. Okay, he's an adult. Look, I'm not going to go to bat for the picky eater necessarily. I'm just saying, why? I don't think it's weird, but the question is not, is this weird? Obviously, everybody on the website is weird. Am I the asshole? And it really depends on what they said to the guy that brought the McDonald's, okay? In my opinion. My cousin was getting married and had a lovely reception with a nice buffet. Johnny wasn't a fan of what was served, so I let him leave and get some food. Word spread amongst our family. Okay, listen, you couldn't find something to eat at the buffet. That's what it's there. It's got everything. Even if it doesn't have everything, it's got something. Come on. It's a buffet. It's not even like a, a la carte or something like that. It's not a chef's, it's not an omakase. Word spread amongst our family where he was going, and a few people asked him to bring things back, so he did. Okay, now listen, that doesn't make you the asshole. First off, your son is 22. The question should really be, is he the asshole? But then also, he should have realized you can't bring stuff back for other people, because now you're undermining the day. One person can bring their own food. Independent parties can bring their own food without colluding with one another. But you can't run like a guerrilla rum running operation to undercut the caterer, okay? We are at the table near a dance floor, and you could probably smell it there, but nobody in our immediate family had a chance problem, even the bride and groom. Apparently, the venue and the family of the bride were appalled, and I don't understand why. It was a great party, but he wanted something different, and other people did too. So, am I the asshole? He's 22 years old and in college. He has no medical issues. He just has a limited palate. When I said let, I meant I let him take my car since we all rode together. Further edit, the food was buffet style. A nice soup, salad, tenderloin, barbecue beef, pasta, a few other selections. It was actually really good for wedding food. Info. What did he bring back? Because if he brought back like a McRib and they had barbecue beef, beef tenderloin, soup, salad, pasta, a few other selections, it's a lateral move. I hope he came back with like something crazy. It better at least have been another country's cuisine. It was KFC? Oh no. Oh no. I see now. Everyone else who partook in the fast food did so because it was there and tasted good. They didn't have a problem with the venue's food. Also, as some people said, one or two chicken bones did end up on the floor in the venue. That was unfortunate. Oh, come on, man. You went like you didn't just go out and get fast food. You got like the messiest fast food of all time and then left some chicken bones on the floor. That's crazy. So I don't know. First off, I like KFC, but being like I can't eat this garbage. I have to go get something like KFC is insanity. Your son does have a medical issue. He needs to be in the sanitarium with Renfield from Bram Stoker's Dracula. I would not take KFC over this meal for one, but also I'm not a picky eater. But also, if you are that picky of an eater, but there's something known as the picky eater's curse, okay? And I know this. I got over picky eating when I was like 17, but I still have many instances where you go somewhere and you're like, I can't eat anything. So you know what you do? Like if you want to maintain a copacetic environment where everybody's happy, you fucking starve. And then like when you leave, you go through the drive-through and you eat really quick. Like that's the secret. Or you drink a bunch of milk or something like that. Just you're not gonna die. You're just gonna be like a little hungry, and like then you're not gonna be there all night. You're gonna leave at some point, and then you're gonna go get some food. It's not that big of a deal. That being said, I mean, I don't think. I mean, this is maybe a technicality. I don't think that OP is the asshole. I think his son is 22, and I didn't think that I was gonna come into this and take the side of the venue and the bride and groom, because normally I'm like, people got to be comfortable however they have to be comfortable. But the son made so many bad choices, like being a little bit of a picky eater, whatever, being a lot of a picky eater, whatever, going to get your own meal because you're hungry but you can't eat the buffet food. That's like you're getting into the ESPN red zone. That's where we flip on the TV, and I got to see how this goes down, because it's either going to be a big stop or it's going to be a score, okay? Where you cross the line is when you started bringing stuff back for other people, because now it's like you're running like a gray market catering service underneath the catering that the bride and groom had already paid for. And then on top of that, like you double down on the badness by getting the messiest fast food essentially of all time, like food that is greasy and has a strong aroma to it and also leaves bones everywhere, and then also leaving the bones on the floor. So I think that, yeah, I think the 22-year-old is the asshole here. How could they, next time it happens, well, I would love to say, give yourself time and take a decade and slowly expand your palate so that I promise the water's fine on the other side. Secondarily, if that's no longer an option, because oftentimes it isn't, what you're going to do in this situation next time is you're going to go through a drive-through of a burger joint and you're going to eat the food in your car. And then if anyone asks when you come back, just say that you shit your pants and you had to go home and change real quick. That's it. As long as you don't need to bring back a bucket of fried chicken into the party, you just go eat really quick and then come back. No one will question your story. if you say that you crapped yourself, because that's already like as embarrassing as it could be. He's cracked the code. That's, dude, you can use that for anything. Hey, Johnson, why were you late today? Sorry, sir. I got halfway to work and then I shit my pants. I had to drive home and change. Well, don't, Jesus. Just take a sick day next time. All right, go to your desk. You can't use it every time? Well, no, you just have to escalate. You could probably use it like 3 times in a month, but then after that, you got to start pretending to have like ulcerative colitis, which you should not do because it's immoral for one, but also it's gonna make your life like mighty complicated. Johnson, put down those potato skins. You know it makes your greasy food makes your irritable bowel syndrome flare up. Oh, sir, thank you. What would I do without you? Son of a bitch. Could have just left the house 10 minutes early that one day. Did you see the tweet today that was George Costanza in the car with Uma Thurman from Pulp Fiction? That was heroin in my coat pocket. It was heroin. No, I never said the word cocaine. You thought cocaine and you snorted the whole thing. I never said cocaine. It was such a great post. Also, that was the first time I actually understood what happened in that scene in Pulp Fiction. I always thought she just took too many drugs. But to be fair, the first time I saw Pulp Fiction, I was 16. And the second time I saw Pulp Fiction, I was like 18. And that was the last time I saw Pulp Fiction, which is a great movie. But I was like, I've already seen it twice, so I don't need to see it again. It's a great film. You're the asshole for sure. You should have arranged something. Wait, he's not an asshole. The 22-year-old is the asshole. He's not an asshole. I don't know if I'm getting caught up in the semantics or something here, but he's 22. Like, okay, it depends. Like, is a 22-year-old a kid? Well, like, in the sense that I would trust them to pick their own meal? No, they're an adult. I would expect them to be able to, like, handle a situation like this and not fuck it up. That's a pretty small amount of responsibility. Would I trust them to, like, run a company? Well, only if it was like a cryptocurrency exchange. What's the worst that could happen? Trust them to run like a business with like machinery and clients? No, of course not. They're 22. Like they got a lot of time left to get the experience required to run like a legitimate business, but to run, like the world's second largest cryptocurrency exchange, sure. Maybe just that could be like their first leg up on the into the world of private industry. You're the asshole. At most, he should have slipped out, eaten, and returned quietly. Letting it be known and eating at the reception is a very asshole move. True. It's true. Hard, you're the asshole. Your son's 22. He can eat before the ceremony or after, or eat a granola bar in the bathroom. But instead, you and him made a big enough scene of the food not being to his liking that many people knew, and then proceeded to bring back dinner for set. Yeah, okay, it's all right. Don't get me wrong. Why do they always do this on Reddit? I don't know if people realize that when you add like an own like this, it undermines the owning that you did in the post. Anytime you add a coda that is like, I assume the wedding allowed children at the dinner, but it's unclear why you weren't sat at the kids' table and getting supervised by the grown-ups. You don't need to add that. You just need to break them down point by point. Like you're spatchcocking a chicken. And then people will be like, holy cow, are that guy's knees up at his chin? Because he just got sat down at the kids' table. You let the audience add the coda. You don't add the coda yourself, okay? You're the asshole. It's fast food. It's not a meal one lingers over for hours. It's a meal that one scarfs down in a couple minutes. That's true, but I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be. Good post, though. It is a good post. Am I the asshole for not wanting my ex-husband's new daughter to have a complimentary frozen name to the one our daughter already has? Frozen name? I mean, it has to be Anna and Elsa, right? Like it's the only, or it's Olaf and what's the reindeer? Sven? You know, I watched a little bit of Good Burger last night before the thumb incident. You ever think that Kel from Good Burger is really just he's like um, Olaf for millennials? He has a lot of lines that are a lot like Olaf. Abe Vigoda. Crazy. It's insane that Abe Vigoda is in that movie. Abe Vigoda, most famous, of course, for being in The Godfather. Second most famous for falling down in Good Burger and then saying, "Can you take me to the hospital? I think I broke my ass." What a film. So good. Oh man. Famous for being old? Yes, they introduce him. You know what's crazy is they introduce him and they say, "That's Otis. He's 77 years old." He takes off an oxygen mask and says, "I should have died already," or something like that. And you're like, he's only set, like, I don't know. This movie came out like 1998 or something like that. 77 is old, but it's not that old. It's not that, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's old. It's not that old, man. Abe, you know how I know it's not that old? Because fucking isn't Abe Vigoda still alive? The dude who said that in the movie is still, no, okay, he did die. But he died like a couple of years ago. Yeah, in 2016. He must have been like 95 or something like that. He lived for 20 years after he filmed that movie. Find me a 77-year-old who isn't in excruciating pain. I completely think I could. I think I could, well, probably not like right now because like there's a lot of snow on the ground. They're not going to be outside because it's risky. But I bet if I just like walked into like a Shoppers Drug Mart and probably statistically speaking, the third person I saw, if I said, "Excuse me, are you in excruciating pain?" They'd be like, "No, I got my aches and pains, but I'm chilling." That's my guess. I play pickleball with a 75-year-old. Dude, I'm still getting thrashed by, well, actually, I kind of smoked a 50-year-old guy on the Peloton today. We don't need to brag, but like occasionally a 60-year-old man from Boca Raton, Florida thrashes me on the Peloton. It's very inspiring. My 31F ex-husband, 35M, got married less than 6 months ago with his girlfriend, 25F, and she got pregnant very fast. Recently, he told me they were having a girl. All of these details were not required except for the pregnancy part. I don't understand why it had to be. This stuff, I'm supposed to be upset with the husband implicitly because he got married and had another child too fast after the divorce. Okay, I understand. But I'm not because I don't know anything about him. I get that I know a lot about you based on the way that you wrote this sentence. You tried to prime me, Shane Carruth. You tried to prime me into disliking him. I'm going to be a more sober judge. I'm a huge fan of the movie Frozen, which is fine. You can be I know people are going to be like, Disney adult, Disney adult. You can like a movie. You can bad chest it as well. I think both of those are within the spectrum of normal behavior right now. I'm not offended by either. So when our daughter was born, I wanted to name her Elsa. My husband agreed to that. I know it's a little dumb to name your kids after things like that, but it is not a super unusual or ugly name. It is pretty and it means a lot to me. In the whole scheme of names after media, this is not that bad. I wouldn't do it, but it's not that bad. It's better than Khaleesi. It's better than Dovahkiin. Absolutely. Probably a bunch of people in chat right now are probably named Ness. So don't step to me. I would never name my kid Elsa. Okay. Super Mario Koopa, Bullet Bill, Bowser. Fuck you is what I'm trying to say, you piece. You think you're better than Elsa? She's 6. Have some respect. My husband and I divorced when our daughter was 3. We don't hate each other, but we're not best friends either. We don't hate each other. I just hate him. The issue with the new baby is that he explained to me that after he told his new wife the story behind the name of Elsa, I would have thought that, honestly, she probably could have pieced that together herself, but that's okay. I don't think she needed the step-by-step process. She proposed that their daughter should be named Anna, so they could be sisters like in the movie. For me, it's totally unfair. They're stealing my naming process from a movie that made $1.1 billion at the box office. What if I have another daughter? It would have been perfect to name her Anna. Hey, guess what? You still can. And now I wouldn't be able to do it without looking like I'm stealing from them. You think you're the first Anna out there in the world? What about Kendrick, Kornikova, Wintour, Jealous, Los Angeles? You've never heard of her? Overwatch? Yeah. De Armas? Exactly. Karenina? There's dozens of them. There's dozens of them. Of the Green Gables? Very true. My husband doesn't even like Frozen that much. He always said his favorite Disney animated movie was Bolt. That's just crazy. Bolt? I'm not saying it's like horrendous, but it's not even in the ballpark with the classics. You taking Bolt over like The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, the original Lion King, Jungle Book, Snow White, Cinderella, 101 Dalmatians. Come on. Bolt with John Travolta as the dog? Or as the dad? I can't remember. I only know it because it comes up like early when you go on Disney Plus because it's in alphabetical order. I don't know if the mother likes Frozen, but I'm totally sure she doesn't like it as much as me. I demanded to him that they choose another name, but he thinks I'm acting crazy. I called my divorce lawyer, but she doesn't think there's anything we can do about this. My mother just laughed at me. I feel so defeated. My sadness turned into anger, and in an impulse of rage, I called my ex-husband. I told him that if they insisted on using that name, I would make everything I could to sabotage the relationship between our daughter and theirs. So they were never real sisters like Elsa and Anna. You know what's crazy? This is a lot like the movie, honestly. Anna and Elsa were very close. Elsa, as a kid, in a bit of a juvenile impulse, uses magic and accidentally freezes Anna's brain or something. I can't remember. Then they have to go to the trolls and they, thank God it didn't get her in the heart because only a true act of love can thaw a frozen heart. But then it's really, the problem is that the parents keep Anna and Elsa separated, leading to them having a gulf just because they're trying to protect both of them. It's a cautionary tale about, being overly cautious, I suppose. It's a cautionary tale about caution. It's not spoilers. This is the prologue to Frozen. Why are you talking about golf? Listen, I said golf. Golf? But also, you can't be mad. I'm running on pure adrenaline right now, okay? Also, they cut ice. Do say they had a whitey, then be still the frozen heart. What a song, man. One of my favorite lines in Frozen is when everything gets covered in ice, everything gets frozen, and then Anna's complaining, and then Kristoff says, "You think you got it bad? I sell ice for a living." Dude actually, like, he put her in her place. I mean, she had problems. I'm not saying she can't complain because her sister did blanket the kingdom in snow in the middle of summertime and froze all the ships in the port when it seems like their economy is based on trading. But at the same time, like, hey, everyone's got a hard life, lady. Just chill out. It is. It's a good line, man. My daughter asks me like once a month if they're making Frozen 3. That's cute. I don't know if they will, but it's cute either way. I do like Frozen Who Asked. That is funny. Hopefully not. You know, you could just not see it. You know, Disney will do what Disney is going to do, whether or not 24-year-old single men approve of their movies that are targeted for like 8-year-olds. It's okay. Not everything has to be for you. You have almost everything. They're putting out like a new Star Wars movie or TV show like every 48 hours, okay? It's okay. You can just ignore it. It'll be fine. I'm not 24. Okay. I'm not wearing hockey pants. Anyway, I immediately regretted saying all that messed up stuff. And it is not true. I would never do that unless, but this whole situation has been so horrible for me. And now he's really angry too, which is okay when it's me, but when he's doing it, not very nice. I think that I am ultimately in the right about why they shouldn't use the name, but I was wrong in saying what I said. I want to insist on them picking another name without going too far. Am I the asshole? Well, like, listen, I think she's the asshole. But I do also think that they should not choose that name. It would be different if it was like, hey, my grandma was named Anna, and it's just a coincidence. But for them to kind of like force a relationship between the two kids just because the first one is named Elsa, you know, it's a little bit too much. I think it's definitely weird. I definitely also think that she crossed the line. This is why you don't name your kid Khaleesi and then, you know, be mad if your husband knocks up somebody else and they name the kid Khal Drogo, okay? Just because they're named Anna and Elsa too, they don't have to be friends. You can have like a really close relationship with your half-sibling, or you could have no relationship with your half-sibling. I don't know. I'm guessing you guys probably live like 2 houses down from each other, so it seems like you're probably going to be in each other's life, but it's just weird, you know? Like, they're literally sisters? Why are you trying to gaslight me into saying I'm saying something wrong? They may never see each other again. We don't know. I'm not trying to say they shouldn't. They're like literally they're 6 and like -2 months. Like all I'm saying is there's a lot of variables here. I think they're both a little crazy. I think the husband has a type and the type is crazy. Also, the fact that the mom is saying, I think she likes Frozen, but she doesn't like Frozen as much as I do is the truly insane part for me. Where I'm like, aren't you in your 30s with a 6-year-old? Like, don't you have other things that are top of mind right now? It's true. I forgot that his favorite movie from Disney is Bolt. So maybe his opinion doesn't hold too much water here. This person might have been on the cruise. It's possible. I don't know. As long as they're staying in a different room, I don't really care. But I will say that people like this are the reason that I didn't make an effort to go to any of the trivia days. They'd be like, hey, it's Marvel trivia. Maybe you should go. You could win a free lanyard. I walk by the Disney lounge. They're reading out the answers. In which Marvel movie is Wakanda first mentioned? My ass is like, Captain America Civil War. Fucking in Iron Man 2, Black Widow says something like, where'd you get that shield, Wakanda? 99% of the people that I saw in the lounge were like, yeah, I got that. I was like, all right, I see, I know my place. This is not my crowd. I need who played Tony Stark in Iron Man 2, and I'd be like, easy, Robert Downey Jr. No problem. You're the asshole. Take a cue from your favorite movie and let it go. Okay, that's kind of funny. I'll give him that one. You know why it's funny? Because you got to commit to either the own or the breaking down. You can't do a breakdown and then an own. You got to choose whether you're going to be like playing the light side or the dark side. A one line own, I'll give you some credit for that. You're the asshole. Did he ask for your input on names for his daughter? If not, I'm sure he didn't. Then it's very inappropriate for you to even comment. Let it go, let it go. See, not quite the same level of panache, but I'm a huge okay, sorry. Your naming process is copying a top grossing children's movie. If you think you are at all unique or special, or that the names Elsa and Anna didn't get a huge worldwide bump after the film's release, you are deluding yourself. You are literally an evil stepmother in a Disney film. That's what you are right now. You are, of course, also an asshole. Okay, listen. There's no point in reading these except to get a little dopamine, okay? It's a Disney adult. She's going to get torched by the internet. And she deserves it a little bit, but that doesn't mean I you know what bothers me? I'll see like a video of like somebody falling down an escalator a little bit and then trying to get up and then falling down again. And I'll be like, that was a little funny. And people will be like, you're a horrible person. But then people will like sit there and jerk off to like this kind of debauchery. A fake story that like, oh, I know so many people like this. Okay, no, I don't actually, but I believe that they exist because I think the worst of people. And then I read, you fucking dickhead, you piece of shit, asshole. Your kids are never going to speak to you again once they turn 18. Send, upvote, this. User received Reddit rainbow for this post. And then you go out into the world and you're like, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I don't watch videos of people falling down escalators and chuckle to myself a little bit while also hoping that they're okay. I don't hope that they're injured. You think you're better than me? That's all I'm trying to say. Am I the asshole for not cleaning up our dog's pee quick enough? Honest question. I didn't know you could clean up dog pee. I thought you just kind of let it ride. I guess if they peed on like a tile floor or something. No, I mean like outside, not inside. Dog poop, you clean it up. Well, I don't know, statistically speaking, like 25% of people clean it up, I guess, but like you should clean it up. But pee, they just kind of let it ride, right? You're not having them pee into like a bottle or something like that. What does your house smell like? We don't have any dogs. I piss in the toilet unless I get the wizard split. I live with my boyfriend. We have a dog named Kito. He's a Pomsky. Is that like his reincarnation of Bernie Madoff? Is a Pomeranian Husky? Is it okay to ask who was on top? The sheer mechanic. How could you do that? I'm a secret agent, Austin. I did what I had to do for the mission. No, I mean, how could you do it? The sheer mechanics of it are mind-boggling. That's from Felicity Shagwell after it's revealed that she had intercourse with Fat Bastard to plant a tracking device in his rectum. Anyway, which I don't buy. She shoves this thing, it's got to be like 3 inches long, and like I don't even know it's like the width of a D battery or something like that. She shoves it up there, and he goes, ooh, frisky, are we? Like, I get that he has a prodigious size. I don't think that he would not notice that being in there. I simply don't believe it. Maybe he thought it was a butt plug. Yeah, but what about like, the next day? Because then he dumps it in the toilet in Paddington Station. Doesn't make any sense. Ding. I don't believe you can steal someone's mojo, even if you do have a cordless drill. That's damn true. I've got your mojo now. Anyway. Whew. We didn't get Keto too long ago. He's about 6 months old now, and we got him when he was 2 months. He's quite hard to deal with. I've been told by people that we're not training him properly, and he's going to grow into a bad dog. There's no bad dogs, by the way. There's merely bad owners. I've heard. I've never owned a dog myself. The main problem, though, is he doesn't go to the toilet outside. I've tried whatever I can think of, but he just goes wherever he wants inside the house to pee and poop. We watch him carefully and try to prevent it as much as possible. We have training pads, but he just ignores them. There's a lot more stuff, but obviously there's a character limit. Oh, is there? Is there? Is there? Okay. Recently, my boyfriend mentioned he's fed up of having to clean up dog mess all the time and fed up of the smell of it. He's also complaining about taking him on walks and other things. Luckily for him, he works Monday to Friday all day. Oh, dude. What a line. Luckily for him, he works Monday to Friday all day. So while he's working, I look after him. That is so good. Whew. One day, my boyfriend was at work. I was still in bed sleeping. I always keep Keto in the room with me while sleeping, and I put a pad in the room in case he needs the toilet. But like I said, he just ignores it. So he ends up peeing right next to the radiator, which was on, and well, it smelled really strong, and it soaked into the floorboards. When I woke up, I said to myself, "I'll clean it." Evening comes, and my boyfriend returned us home. When he goes into the bedroom, he gags and asks what the hell the smell is. So I tell him he was angry I didn't even bother to clean it up. And when I did get up, I still didn't clean it up. He was really upset. He tried to clean it, but it was soaked in, so the smell was lingering, and he would not stop talking about it. I said sorry, but reminded him, okay, this is bait. It's bait. It's a bait post. You're the asshole. You're the asshole for writing this bait post, okay? It is pretty funny. You know what it means is I give more credit to them for writing, luckily he's at work Monday to Friday all day. Because now that I know that line is intentional, I have to give them some credit because it's one of the funniest things I've read in a long time, I think. To resist the temptation to like lead up to a bit like that, like to ascend to it and instead just drop it in the midst of like a lore dump it takes some restraint. Am I the asshole for requesting my wife cleans up after herself? Here we go. I, 28M, married my wife, 23F, who we'll call Danny. And her brother is Khal Drogo, or Viserys. About a year ago, we were very lucky to get pregnant soon after. Danny's in her 3rd trimester now and on pregnancy leave. Okay, well, here's the thing. You're making a Reddit post complaining about your pregnant wife. She's got a bowling ball in her tummy right now. She's got to be. She's gonna have to be living a very filthy life for people to take her side. Okay, or for people to take your side, I should say. Once we got the good news, I started working extra hours in order to save more money for when the baby gets here. That means that I have to get up extra early every morning to get to work. You shouldn't have wrote this part. Because chat's going to be like, 6 a.m.? That's crazy. I get up at 3:45 a.m. I'm out the door at 4 a.m. Bro, can you imagine? Whoa, to be up at 6 a.m.? What is this, a Sunday? So I'm just going to do you a solid there. You should have left this out. I get home a little later, and I'm usually pretty beat, but I still contribute to the house by doing dishes, cleaning up after the cat, because she can't. That's true. Feline litter boxes carry a parasite that can lead to birth defects. You may not know that. I didn't know that in advance of our pregnancy. It's one of those things you pick. Yeah, toxoplasmosis. That kind of stuff. This new routine has been hard on both of us. Buckle up, motherfucker. You're in the damn pre-show, dude. Get ready. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it ain't getting easier. Well, that's not... Okay, it's about to get a lot harder. But then after like 6 months, it'll get a little bit easier. for a bit. And then it'll get harder again. But like definitely you got to take a deep breath cuz the climb has it's barely even begun, honestly. So far everything's been fine. That is until the other day when I woke up to Danny crying. We only have one bathroom, which is downstairs, and lately Danny has been having a little bit more trouble going up and down the stairs. That's usually fine for me, but this time she didn't make it, so when I came downstairs, I found her in tears, standing in her own mess. She was very clearly embarrassed, and even more so that I caught her. I immediately felt bad for her and tried to comfort her, and I told her it's all good, it can happen to everyone. Just clean it up and we'll go back to bed. She asked me if I could help her clean it up, but I told her that it made me uncomfortable. I would never expect anyone to clean up after my mess. Ooh, okay. Here's I get that you could say it's different when you're changing a baby's diaper because a baby doesn't have the ability to change the diaper themselves. But your ass is going to be like knuckle deep in urine and shit and vomit. And it's not just shit, it's like weird shit. Even the normal shits are weird, but like the first few shits are crazy. Like they're insane. You are not, if this is a real post, you are not ready for this. Plus, like, I'm being completely sincere. 100%. I'm not a pee guy, but like, it's just pee. It's not that crazy to clean up someone else's pee. I'm not a pee guy. I'm not saying I would be like slurping it up. I'm just saying if she was like, can you help me? I would be like, I'd already be getting the straw out. I mean the towel. It's just like, it's the pee is not that bad. Like maybe this is, I don't want to say controversial. There's like 3 bodily functions you're likely to see on the floor, okay? In a situation like this. It's either pee or it's poo or it's vomit. Pee is definitely the least bad for sure. Blood? I mean, blood is also, I would rather clean up pee than blood for sure. What do you think I am, a vampire? Semen? That's not even like whoop. That's nothing, okay? That's not even a mess. This is an oversight at most. If we're talking the 3 most common, you're gonna see pee, you're gonna see poop, you're gonna see vomit. There's no question I would rather clean up pee than any of the other 2. Now I'll be honest with you, I would rather not clean up either of the other 2. But if I had to rank it, I think I would rather clean up poo than vomit. It would, both are not great. It depends on the poo. But like vomit like scars you when you clean it up. Like especially I think when it's not your own. Like there's foods I can't eat anymore because like a roommate in college ate them, got too drunk, threw up, and then I cleaned it up. And then for like the rest of my life, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not having Swiss rolls anymore. I think vomit is, assuming it's like a solid poop, I would rather clean up the solid poop than vomit. They're both definitely worse than pee, though. Anyway, we got lost in the weeds a little bit, but can we at least agree on that, okay? Hold on. This is a definitive source. I was an EMT for 6 years. Vomit is the worst. Okay, I'm glad I read it because you agreed with me. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you. Where was I? To be honest, this has happened before when I had a couple too many beers, but I always clean up after myself. You routinely, more than once, you've consumed enough alcohol to pee on the floor. Now, I don't want you to think that because I've cleaned up after my roommates in college that they never had to clean up after me. Because it was definitely a give and take. I've been heavily intoxicated. I've thrown up. many times, quite frankly. Um, I've never gotten to the point where I pissed on the floor. And I've pushed it to the damn limit in my younger days. I peed outside, but that's like a given. That's part of the upshot of being that intoxicated is letting it fly in the alley beside the bar. But never inside. Like never on the floor? That's just crazy. But I always clean up after myself. It would feel weird to ask Danny to do it for me in that situation. Yeah, because you did it to yourself, dickhead. That's called shame. You drank too much. You peed on the ground like a little baby, and then you're gonna talk to your wife and be like, I can't handle myself. Can you clean up my urine? That's because it's fucking embarrassing. Obviously, you wouldn't ask her to do that. She's pregnant. You guys are like 50. Well, you're not even 50-50, but like you did 50% of the easy work. Now she's carrying the burden, and you're not even gonna clean up her piss. She's growing your child inside of her uterus, man. Anyway, she got really mad and called me insensitive for making me clean up after herself after an already embarrassing enough situation. I proposed a compromise. She would clean up the mess, and I would get her clean PJs. That is one of history's greatest deal makers. which implies originally you were going to let her get her own pajamas. I think that the compromise had a reasonable chance to backfire here. Since I'd just done laundry anyway, she asked me if this was what it was going to be like when the baby made a mess, and I told her I'd be perfectly okay to clean up after the baby since it can't clean up after itself. I'm not saying I called it. I then told her I didn't have time to stand there arguing with her all night when I have to get up in like 3 hours to go to work and provide for us. So I walked upstairs, grabbed her PJs for her, and went back to bed. The next morning when I got downstairs, I found her on the couch. She told me she barely slept and felt horrible about the night before. She called me an asshole and said that by not helping her, I only embarrassed her more. She then told me she would be staying with her mom until I got my shit together. It's been half a day now, and she's not responding to my texts. I talked about it with my coworkers, and I'm getting mixed responses. But I just want to make sure. Am I the asshole? Edit 1. So after about 5 hours, most of y'all seem to agree that I am the asshole. Danny's coming home tonight to pick up some stuff, so I hope we'll have a moment to talk about it then. I'll take you guys' verdict into account going into the conversation. I did see some people who would see my side of the story, so I do hope she'll take that into account too. You just can't accept it, can you? Sometimes you just gotta eat it, man. Like if you're 85% wrong, you don't need to be like, yeah, but I'm 15% right. You just gotta take the bullet on that one. I'm sorry. Like I've been there. I've been 15% right. You know what you say? I'm sorry, I was wrong. You know, you don't go, hey, I'm sorry, but also could you give me like a little credit? Like I'm sorry, but also some Redditors agree with me. Like, you just gotta, like, if it's 55-45, you could be like, we're both wrong. And maybe you decide if you want to fight for the 50-50. But if you're like, this is like a 90-10, like, you don't need the 10, okay? You need to make up the gulf of the 80% difference there. He also told his coworkers that his wife shit and piss all over herself. Yeah, that's true. And the internet, I guess. I didn't really think about that, but that's true. So okay, sorry. We'll update soon. Keeping it brief after word limit. We'll post full update after judgment. Long story short, Danny and her mom came to pick up things last night. We talked. She told me her side. I told her my side. In the end, we both ended up apologizing and said we're going to work it out. She's going to be staying with her mom until we find a comfortable way for her to sleep downstairs at my place. Huh? What did she apologize for? She didn't do anything wrong. For pissing herself? Yeah, she's pregnant. It's fucked up. It's a little shop of horrors. Yeah, throwing up for no reason, thinking like good smells smell bad. Like your brain is like it's a funhouse mirror. You don't have to apologize for that. For not getting her own PJs. It's crazy. Yeah, you're the asshole. Look at his username. She's pissed. All right, maybe he's not the asshole now that I think about it. Because that's pretty funny. Honestly, dude, you're the asshole. Man up and help the woman out who's carrying your child. You pissing yourself when you're drunk is not even remotely related to your pregnant wife struggling to move fast enough to get where she needs to go. If it happens again, help her out. For now, I just apologize and acknowledge her feelings. Man. I remember this one time my husband and I were dating and didn't live together. I got food poisoning and woke up vomiting. I called him frantic because I was being sick everywhere, couldn't stop and was scared. He drove over in the middle of the night, cleaned up my bed while I cleaned myself, packaged me and a toddler up and bundled us up and brought us to his parents' house so I wouldn't be sick alone. FYI, OP, my husband has a squeamish stomach and is ill at the sight, sound, and thought of others being sick. He still totally cleaned up after me alone when it wasn't his house, when I wasn't his wife, when I wasn't pregnant, just because he loved me and I needed help. Explain your excuse to me again. Hey, listen, lady, he had to be up in the morning to go to work. Okay? Info, what was your boyfriend what was your boyfriend doing in the morning? Okay? Was your boyfriend going into work in the morning? Did he have to be at the office at 8:30? Because if he didn't have to listen, he had a very important meeting that day to provide for the family. I can't miss my daily stand-up or Kurt he'll throw a shit fit in the Slack, man. He might work a real job, on software development or streaming, okay? If I'm going down, I'm taking 15% of you fuckers with me. Hold up, you told your coworkers about your wife soiling herself? OMFG, and the fact that a woman in her third trimester would have a terrible time kneeling and getting back up off of the floor? OMFFFG, you're the asshole. Oh, man. You're the asshole. She's in her third trimester. You should have helped. You also need to figure something out so she doesn't have to go up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. But maybe she figured that out by herself by moving to her mother's. I don't know. It goes against the grain of the comments here already. But my judgment, him reading this comment, finally, it goes against the grain of the other comments here. But I'm going to have to say that you're the asshole. Just because she's capable of cleaning up after herself doesn't mean she has to and that you couldn't have helped. Now, I've never been in this situation, but there's been plenty of times where my partner and I will clean up each other's vomit in situations because we have empathy and feel bad for each other. Yes, we could make them do it themselves because they got 2 feet in a heartbeat, but there's a sense of love and compassion here. Yep. Yep, okay, fair. Your wife who is 7 months pregnant. Okay, listen, maybe learn some empathy. Please tell me this isn't like it is a YouTube video. Oh, no. You're the asshole. Please do not compare pissing yourself while wasted drunk to having an accident when you're in your third trimester and there's a human pressing down on your bladder and pelvic floor. That's true. Yeah, sure, that's true. Oh, man, let's slash marker this. Let's say slash marker react court. That was a long one today. Whew. I'm feeling good, honestly. I keep doing a little thumb appraisal. It's okay. I can bend it. It hurts a little bit, but not as bad as it did when the stream started. I do think it's conceivable that the nail is going to fall off, but that's okay. What are you going to do? Build a time machine? We can play some Super Auto Pets, I think. I need to do something that doesn't require a space bar. Don't worry, it won't fall off for a couple weeks. Where are you, Christmas? Why can't I find you? Why have you gone away? I'm gonna freak out my nieces, dude. I'm gonna show up on Christmas Eve. Give me a hug. Ah! And that's why you always leave a note. Ichio Super Auto Pets. What's the holiday stream schedule? I think maybe I'm missing Monday. Is Monday the 26th? Yeah, I'm missing Monday. Otherwise, I'll be live the rest of the week. And I'll be missing Boxing Day. And then I'll be live from that point onwards. Well, I don't know. I don't want to be too base, but we are giving our child another vaccination. I know it's a controversial subject. A lot of people are big fans of polio and diphtheria in the modern day. So maybe I'll need to take another day in the week to help out with residual angry baby, but we'll see. Take off the rest of the year? Bro, I got nothing, like, listen, I have a lot of stuff to do, but, like, I do that stuff so, like, that I can also stream. Didn't you hear me talking with Dan yesterday? Like, this is, I'm not just trying to sound like, this is, what I'm about to say is pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. But, like, Saturday and Sunday, I put the baby to bed, right? Put the baby to bed at 9 o'clock. Do the dishes. It's 9:15. And I'm like, well, I normally don't go to bed till like 10:30. What am I going to do? I don't know. What am I going to load up 90 minutes of Midnight Suns just to pass the time? No, I just took my ass to bed. I got no hobbies right now. My ass lit. As soon as the baby goes to bed, I'm like, I have no reason to be conscious anymore. Put my ass in the master bedroom. Yeah, you think I'm going to stay up and watch the third period of the Canucks game? Last 3 home games, 3-0, 5-1, 5-1. Whew. Whew. I do my hobby stuff in the morning, I guess. I wake up early, I take a 30-minute poop, and then I hop on the bike. Make your asses crassus. That's damn true. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to read, or someone said read a book. I said I'm not going to read a book. But I'm not going to run the casino because my thumb's all fucked up, dude. I can't. You want me to run the casino? Look at this. How am I going to run the casino like this? I have an injury. I'm on workers' comp. I'm in FUBAR 2 right now. Use your other thumb? No, that one's playing a piano. Oh, I gotta change my damn, like, stream title and everything. By the way, Jay, I did see Kale McCarr denying the trip. I almost said die. Sorry. I did see him deny the tripping penalty. He fell down, and the referee called his opponent for tripping, and then he went to the referee and said, "Don't call that, I just fell down." What a champ, man. I hate to say, I have to acknowledge, Quinn Hughes is great. He's an unbelievable defenseman. He's an asset on our team, and he would be an asset on any team. He's the better player. I mean, it's not like it's even up for debate anymore. Even the most biased Canucks fan will admit he's a better player than Quinn Hughes. There's no reason you can't love them both, but what do you mean McCarr sucks? He's amazing. He's like a generational talent right now. The thumbless gamer playing sap. Adam Fox is better? Listen, Adam Fox, he's a great player. What's it like to live in New York and just get great players because they get drafted by, like, teams in the Canadian prairies, in the hinterlands, and then they just wait like a year and they go, "I'm not gonna fucking play here, are you crazy? I'm gonna give you a list of teams that I'll play for. The New York Rangers. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. Honestly, if you're a Rangers fan, no disrespect, but the salary cap should actually be like 10, not 20, but like 10% lower for you. That's it. Just if we're actually going to try to create parity in the NHL, it is not fair for Winnipeg to have to compete with New York City. It's not fair. I say that out of respect for Winnipeg. What are they supposed to do? How is Winnipeg supposed to compete? It's more expensive to live there? Yeah, but you're making like $9 million a year. Like, the cost of living affects everybody, but not everybody feels the effect the same way. If you want parity, you would eliminate the salary cap. Yankees fan spotted. Yo, Chiblee, I broke my thumb. Chiblee, hello. I got so many anecdotes. What the hell happened? I slammed it in my back door, being mad that I was already late for stream because I dragged my daughter to daycare in a sled in this blizzard. So I like threw the sled outside so it could defrost and then went clunk. It's not actually broken though, it's just a little bit fucked up. Was it the hinged end or the opening end? It was the fucking hinged end, brother. It's all right. I have to give props to my cerebellum. Because like even before I felt the pain, I heard the sound and then went like and then looked at my thumb and then there's almost that sober moment where I was like, this is about to hurt. And I was like, that my brain was like, go to the sink and rinse it really quick. And then like while I was going to the sink, I was like, yeah, there it is. Anyway, I'm okay. What an adrenaline rush though. The pain is right behind me, isn't it? I should stop thinking about it because I keep thinking about it. Every time I think about it, it makes me kind of like cringe a little bit on the inside. Anyway. Slash marker. Sap. Hey, we're back playing Super Auto Pets. I just want you to know, Super Auto Pets gamers, I screwed up my thumb. So I will apologize for my bad gameplay, but I will not apologize for my bad behavior because if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, okay? I'm on the golden pack. We smoking that golden pack right now. I will take you. And this team does not lose round one. I'll tell you that much right now. Set me up. No, set me up thusly. This is anti-goose protection. Absolutely. Let me be slippery feet. I'm so lucky it was my left hand, man. If my back door opened the other way, phrasing maybe. But if, no! We lose round one. If my back door opened the other way, I could not use my mouse right now. I could only use my keyboard, man. I don't even know what I'd be doing. I'd be playing like I Want to Be the Guy or something like that, having a stroke on stream. And not the good kind. Let me tell you. Now this is the way we step inside here. I'm gonna give you one of these real quick. Hello, Josh. Josh, I screwed up my thumb, dude. Look at this. I'm a freak. I'm a lover. I'm a child. I'm your brother. I'm a sister. I'm a saint. That is not how that goes. Hold on. Here we go again with this freaking story. People will literally, I suffered like a grievous physical injury. People will be like, here we go again with all the whining. And then I go check your tweets, and they're like, I walked 15 minutes to Jack in the Box today to get a hard taco. I get there, I open the door, I say I'll have one hard taco, and the lady behind the counter said they're out of hard tacos. This is crazy. You think I can't monitor everything you write about your life online? You're putting it out there for free. No, no. Listen, if you don't want to hear about other people's problems, don't talk to other people. Something tells me they'll be happy to meet you in the middle on that one. -2, -2. You know what? How about you look at this? I'm already -1. -1 of my 2 thumbs. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay, fine. Should I step down as CEO of Northernlion Incorporated? I will abide by the results of this poll. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry, running it again. Too many options. This is like the 8th time I've used that joke, but I really like it. Okay, maybe I'll try a bonobo. I'll buff you any day of the damn week. I'll buff you some days that aren't even in a damn week, dude. Let's try this. I forgot what I was talking about. Can you teach us how to play this game? I could teach you, but I'll have to charge. Khalees. +2, +2, plus... Excuse me, who got buffed? He doesn't buff pets in the shop. He buffs pets from the shop tier. Okay. Okay, sure. I understand. I get it now. That's fine. He still buffed the... He buffed the unit. Son of a... Wait, no, that's fine. This is okay. Everything's okay. My thumb's okay. It's alright. If there's something inside that you want to say it alright. It'll be okay. We only need a level 2 bulldog. Let's keep it like this. An invisible bed. Very true. A freaky ghost bed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're going to summon a large dog here. They're going to summon a relatively prodigious canine. Thoughts on them adding meerkat, weasel, and stoat, which are all the same animals? Well, I agree that they're all the same animal. For sure. But I'm just telling you, like, that's... not a lot of people are going to agree with that. I've long been of the opinion that there's basically only like less than 100 animals on Earth. Obviously, there's millions of species. But I don't think we should be delineating animals as in... If we're ecologists or zoologists, yes, you might have a reason to delineate animals on the species level. As just a normal guy... And actually, like an abnormal guy, aka I'm stupider than the average person my age, because I'm a streamer. We should really be at like the genus level, or maybe even like the order. Not the domain or the kingdom, like that's too generalized. But like, do we really need a reason to differentiate deer? Like me, deer and elk, and like, can't all the ungulates, can't they just all be deer? Who cares? Like Justin's Pokemon. They're all dogs or bugs, right? Okay, we have no tier 3s, and that's fine. Giraffe's just a big deer? Listen, I don't know if they're all ungulates. I don't know if giraffes are ungulates. They may or may not be. I'm going to try something a little sneaky here. Something like that. I'm not rejecting an entire scientific field. It's like when you eat, like, Eggs Benedict. You don't dissect it to the molecular level. You don't go, ooh, I'm eating, like, some carbon and sulfur atoms right now. You go, it's fucking Eggs Benedict. But then as soon as you see, like, you know, an elk in the wild, as soon as someone calls it a deer, you're like, oh, you idiot, it's not a deer, it's an elk. What's the difference, man? Unless we're on Jeopardy, I don't understand. Yo, Dan, thanks for the raid. Dan, a car engine fell on my thumb and shattered it into a million pieces. A car rolled up on the sidewalk and almost hit me while I was taking my daughter to daycare. I rolled tactically out of the way, and then it drove over my thumb. No, I just slammed it in my back door hinge. And it made like a really nasty cracking sound, and then the fingernail turned bright white and then bled a lot. But it's okay. Anyway, okay, what are we doing here? Not the car engine story again. Slug me. Come on, slug me. I want you to slug me. Now we just need things that work well with slugs. I've never felt more flattered, by the way. All of my friends on planet Earth have joined the stream in like the last 10 minutes, and I just keep getting to show off my thumb to the camera. This is really bad. They got a strong team. This is, you know what? I can't pretend. I can't pretend you didn't impress me here. Yet again, we draw. Who cares? You haven't showed me once? I promise. You don't want to see it, because you know what? If my thumb got flattened so much, if you wanted to see it, you would need 1D glasses. And they don't even make those yet. So shut up. It's... Look, I'm just workshopping some stuff here, okay? My thumb's so flat, if you want to see it, you better bust out your 1D glasses. I thought that was kind of clever, but not everybody seems to be on the same page there. I would love to see a frog. That's if you wanted to see a dot. Yeah, but if I said 2D glasses, then your ass would be like, I'm already wearing my 2D glasses. And then it would be like, well, then what the hell are, 3D glasses? It doesn't make any damn sense. I'm just rolling, man. I'm literally just rolling the damn dice. We don't need that. Whoa! Sorry. Yeah, sure. I mean, he's just a great guy. I guess we should have done this in the opposite order, but that's okay. He's just a good guy, dude. You're just gonna move to the front right off the bat, and honestly, I'm okay with that. This is the pivot of the century. Fast forward to 5 seconds from now, I'm dead. What? Whoa! Easy there, big fella. What the heck? Slugging? Oh, we take these. Oh, no, we do not. No, we do not take these. We do not take these. What's good? Lettuce is crazy here for one more turn. Another manta. We could give a monkey a banana. We don't have to, though. And that's the difference between you and me. Okay, and my turn. A salad. Can you please enable ain't no way? Could somebody explain to me what the emote ain't no way is? I hate the flying fish, man. See, if you post it in chat, I can't see it. If you tell me what it is, though, that's a different story. It's a skeleton on a fan that looks funny. Okay. I see what you're saying. I'll accept my draw heartily. See this? You're a big nerd. Josh, I slammed my thumb into a bank vault earlier today. You're out here abusing me. You know what? I don't think the next generation is going to make it, Josh. I merely shattered every bone in my thumb. I go live, clearly hands shaking from all the adrenaline in my system, visibly in shock, saying sentences that don't make any sense, dropping my damn muffin on the ground and eating it anyway. You know what they said to me? Go to the hospital. Okay. I guess I'll go to the hospital and have them use like an x-ray or something and tell me if my thumb's okay. Come on, dude. It's Tuesday. Relax. It ain't that serious. Anyway, what are we doing here? I'm just having a giggle. We're just having a good time. That's not a tomato. I learned that recently. I love ya. Hey, listen, I'll take ya, and I'll buff ya, and I'll sell ya, and I'll buy ya, and I'll love you for it. Look at this. Now, this is a squad. I'm gonna be... Well, there's two sides to every story. I would be like a little pissed if I had to get my thumb amputated. But then the flip side of that is it would make for some great content. Until 6 weeks later when I retired. Would it? Well, I don't know. I would like to think that we would laugh about it afterwards. You would probably laugh about it before I did, but I would get there eventually, maybe. Imagine if I won a BR with one thumb. That's damn true. You just lost to a dude with one thumb. Jerk off! Okay, I'm just thinking... Just thinking about what we want here. We want a tomato. We want the tomato. These are not tomatoes. This is acceptable. We could sell... You know what we're going to do? We're going to buy a white whale. Should we run a squad that just pisses people off? Yes? Okay. In that case... Oh, but this guy can't eat an avocado. That doesn't matter. You just stay frozen. No reason not to. Wait, is that an own? Because I'm going to lose? Why don't you just take a potato? Just to be able to eat this thing. Yeah. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. Tomato, please. Love your streams. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I don't know if people know this. I recently experienced a grievous physical injury. So hearing stuff like that, especially while I'm on the injured reserve, means a lot to me. And it really helps me go through my rehab and recovery right now. Are all pets tier 4 or higher? No, they are not. No, they are not. Tomato, please. I love screwing up an enemy team. Can we just have you pop like an eggplant and just see how she goes? Tomato! Developers. Sorry. I'm sorry. I am saying sorry. I am buying a bird of paradise and freezing every avocado I see for the rest of my life. Does anybody actually say tomato, though? That's what I'm trying to say. Not every bit is hidden today. Me? Are you from England? Yeah, it's crazy. You say tomato, I say tomato, but if you say potato and I say potato, I'm the crazy one. Make it make sense. +2? You guys are crazy today. The thumb game. It's happening, man. It is happening. Ooh. Does anyone actually keep one hand in their pocket and the other one smoking a cigarette? Yeah, I think you see it from time to time. Someone taking a cigarette break on a cold day. Where you also had a no smoking sign on your cigarette break. It's like a 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. The older I get, the more annoyed I get by the fact that none of that stuff is ironic. But mostly because some of it is just ridiculous. A man being afraid to fly and then dying in a plane crash is not ironic. It's a damn tragedy. And you're just mining it for entertainment? 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife is crazy. Where are you at? Are you at a spoon factory? Also, you can use a spoon to cut through almost anything with just enough elbow grease. It just seems like I don't... It's like us... I guess it didn't sound the same. It was like... It's like a spoon when all you need is a knife. It's like meeting the man of your dreams and then meeting his beautiful wife. That's not ironic. That's not anything. How do you know he's the man of your dreams? You haven't even met him yet. You're at the same point that Michael Bublé's at. He just hasn't met you yet. You're just saying it's like meeting a hot married dude. It's not a tragedy. Not all this... People in the 90s complained about everything, dude. Makes me sick. Makes me sick to my damn stomach. You're pissing me off? I'm sorry, okay? Why don't you... It's like watching a stream, but the stream is annoying. Like, it's this... You're on the same level as Alanis right now. Why are you being so slavish to the 3-question rule? No, you're preaching to the converted. Well, if I'm preaching to the converted, then why are you being so slavish to the 3-question rule, man? I'm just trying to get some information out of you. It's actually the thumb game. We're going to the moon. Kate just got dono walled. Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling up. How's the finger? It's actually feeling a lot better, Kate. Like, I think... It's mildly uncomfortable. I think the real torture of it is that I keep playing it back in my head. I keep hearing, like, crunch... crunch, and it like makes me feel weird, but I can't stop fixating on it. I don't know, the bandage is fine. I also like don't want to take off the bandage until maybe like tomorrow morning, because I really, just being honest, I think it's gonna hurt like a son of a gun. And I also don't want to look at it. You're being so dramatic. Kate, Kate, can you please tell Chad, if anything, I was not being dramatic. I was being relatively restrained. Can I get like some, like, did I not come up with my hand and say, don't freak out, but I hurt my thumb really bad? And then was my thumbnail not completely white and bleeding a bunch? And like, that's dramatic? I'm starting to understand why the Joker became the Joker, man. At least I have super auto pets. Then watch. At like 8:15 p.m. tonight, she's gonna be like, I'm really tired. And I'm gonna have to be like, oh, that's so hard for you. Oh man, I don't know. I'm just a little exhausted. I slammed my thumb into the door! You're the asshole. Yeah, I know, but it was funny. Please make your thumb the thumbnail for all of the videos from today. Yeah, that would be funny. That would be a funny time. I can't believe I'm going 10-piece too. This is... what a world we're living in, man. Did I do that? I will say though, and this is like actually positive. 30 minutes after I damaged my thumb, I was wondering how the hell I'm gonna pick up my daughter from daycare. As of right now, I'm like, I'm actually gonna be okay for that. Like, oh, this is a strong dog, dude. I am going to be able to not really use my left hand for much, but I am gonna be able to get her, so that's a positive. She doesn't have to live with the daycare for the next 2 weeks. I cut my finger and the fingernail off. Yeah, and I took you to urgent care. And at no point did I condescend to you. This was like years ago, Chad. This was years ago. Save your sympathy for someone with a real injury at a pressing matter. 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago, but it was before the baby was born. It was before the pregnancy, too. I don't want to get into the timeline that much. I'm just saying. It's still... why? I'm not trying to say it's not 2 years. I'm just like... I'm just saying. I don't know, was it? No, honestly, Kate, it probably was... It might be close to 3 years now. Because we moved here October 2019. It must have been pretty soon after the move. It doesn't matter. You know, let's just say it's 2 years. I'm realizing now I'm becoming a Redditor. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the situation, and that's fine. If you say it's 2 years, I respect you on that one. Let's say it's 2 years. Holy cow! A team beat us. Never mind. Eat it. And I only got one thumb, dude. Imagine what I could do with a second thumb. I forgot we had the beluga back there. The thumb game. The thumb game is real. Anyway, you unlocked a magical portal! It's so I can scare people when I get into a game with them. Whoa! Let's go. Yerp. Just like Endgame. I'll be a Fallen Knight. Why wasn't SAP in the Game Awards? Everyone thinks because it's made of emojis that it deserves to be looked down upon. I am the only true gamer. Give me a level. I know it's a bold play. Give me one of those right off the bat. Probably don't take one of those. Roll me, and I'm chilling. I gotta change this this entrance. It's very annoying. I realized it doesn't annoy my opponents because, like, I don't get to play against them like simultaneously. It only scares me every time. I don't think his nail will come off. I hope you're right, Kate. I would love to keep my thumbnail. I mean, I know how it sounds. People are going to be like, yeah, sure. Kate, people actually think I overestimate when, like, injury or illness and stuff happens to me. Yet, meanwhile, every time I'm like, I have a little sniffle, people are like, it's okay to take a sick day, honey. You need to not talk to get better. And yet, I had diarrhea 12 times in the last 4 hours. They're like, what did you do? Did you consider holding it in? So, like, I don't want this to be bad because I want to get back on the Peloton at 6:30 tomorrow. I hope that I wake up tomorrow and it's just a little sore. But I know you saw it. I think it's a little copium there, but I hope it doesn't take too long to come back to normalcy. No shot. I know, but hope's all a man's got sometimes. I don't know. I think I'm rolling. Nothing here appeals to me too much. He did put his thumb under the water and say, ah. I had to text my therapist real quick. This is outrageous. We're going to hear something different on Kate's stream? No, I think she's just S-posting. I don't like to use harsh language like that, but I think she's just S-posting. I think on her stream, she's going to be like, no, it looked really bad. And then she's going to light me up because it's completely my own fault, for the record. And I want you to know, Kate, that I acknowledged it as well. Like, I told people I was annoyed that I left late. And then as a result of leaving late, I got home late. And that had me feeling unnecessarily like I was in a hurry, which led me to be sloppy and catch my thumb in the door hinge. When I heard my thumb, never did it even cross a synapse that I was like, this wouldn't have happened if I wasn't late this morning. Instead, I was like, I need to slow the hell down. I could have just been live at 9:35 with a completely fine thumb. But you know what's crazy? Is that if I had not fucked up my thumb, I would still be pissed off that I was late. So I would have like finished the stream and been like, oh, I'm in like a bad mood because I was like late for the stream and then I got but because I fucked up my thumb, it like sorted, it reshuffled my brain, and now I'm like happy in a weird way. Like I'm appreciative of what I have after suffering a life-threatening injury like this. I can't believe my wife just hit me with who asked. There was character growth. There was a life lesson. And she dropped a who asked on me. I'm going to lose it, man. Holy cow. She really said who asked. But we also talked about, I'm very proud of the falling up bit. That came to me dynamically. How, like, you ever heard of that movie Falling Up? Or Falling... Sorry, I can't remake it. It's done. Basically, I was saying, when bad things happen, a series of bad things happen to people, some people get radicalized and they turn into Michael Douglas from Falling Down. The more bad things that are happening to me, however major or minor they are, I think the better a person I am, the more I appreciate life. I'm excited for the 1D glasses joke tomorrow. I'll workshop it tonight while I'm asleep, and it'll go over just like how do you get the juice out of the corners of the square jugs. Which every day I think about because I pour my daughter some chocolate milk, and I'm like, sure, it's not juice, but like they've been putting milk in square jugs forever, and I had no problem getting the juice out of the corners of that. Okay, what am I doing? This is, so far this is a disaster. It is not going well. Two friends faint. Give the nearest friend behind +3. What is this? Is the universe is a math equation now? If you insist. Okay, two friends faint. Give the friend. Okay, ring, 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 ring. I'm dead. The old tailor can't come to the phone. Yeah, we don't do bagged milk here. Nobody cares about the thumb. People are like, wait, did he just say milk carton? I thought he lived in Canada. The chat activity lights up. Look at my Twitch stream summary. It's going to be like asymptotal. The limit does not exist. Lindsay Lohan, Mean Girls. You go, Glenn Coco. She drives me crazy. Then I talk about my thumb. People hit me with the Tony Snell. There's a good run in this. I just need to find it. I think it's you, and we go for like a trumpet build. I don't have it yet. If we don't have it yet, let's screw up their whole team. Let's pop something like this. What's your top meme for 2022? Good question. I gotta think about it. Can I get some popular memes from 2022? I don't think it's gonna fall off. It was just a little traumatizing. It wasn't just a little traumatizing. It like, listen, I'm not traumatized. I think I learned a valuable lesson. We also hurt like a MFer. It hurt like a son of a gun, and it bled a little bit. It's not just mental pain. I think it's got, I mean, now that I'm looking at them, I would definitely say Morbius is the meme of 2022. I think that there is a little bit of, there's like a recency bias for lots of things, but especially for memes, because memes immediately go from, I don't get it, to this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then the long tail is that they become cringe, right? And then eventually, maybe like 6 years after their moment of nascence, they have like another hump. Like I Can Has Cheeseburger like fucking kills now. Just ask Squeaks. So right now, I think we're like in that post-Morbius era where people are like, haha, Morbius, good one. I'm laughed so hard, I'm morbed all over myself. But I think if you look at it like with a sober bird's eye view of 2022, Morbius is the meme of 2022, for sure. It was everywhere. You gotta go. Okay. You think so? Before attack, gain 1 gold on your next turn. Works 3 times per battle. I can't afford you. You're gone. This is not great. I still got it. And then I ride my bike on the grass. Man, we are gonna get crapped on, honestly. She's timing people out like crazy now. I mean, listen. She did warn you. She said if you keep copying and pasting, I'm gonna ban you. And she's out here timing people out. Like, it's gonna happen. Please get to 5. You know what? That's the nicest thing I've ever heard. And you're gonna say, why is that so nice? It's because we didn't even run the casino. So you're literally out here just supporting me because you want to see me do well. That's a very nice thing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. What a wholesome comment. 5's not even that good, but it still obviously is better than we're doing right now. We need a manta. I mean, we're just recreating the previous run. I think it's just that we're a little too late. Casino is up. Toasty ran the casino. All right, never mind. I take it all back. I take it all back. They basically just sacked a unit just to sack them. That's bravado right there. I mean, they got extra gold out of it, but they chose to run under squatted. That's like, it's a bold play. He doesn't know about the secondary market? Dude, that's such a good idea. What about a channel that just watches the stream and runs psycho prop bets on what's going to happen on my stream for when I don't run the casino? Holy cow. That's the rare time I came up with a Germa bit before Germa. Germa pre-taping a 5-hour gaming stream and then going, not actually setting that to ever be live, then playing that and him running the casino on what's going to happen on the stream that he already did while pretending to be an online casino. I could totally see it. Feel free to steal it. I'm not going to use it. I'd rather just come up with the idea and siphon off like 15% of the credit when you do 200% of the effort, quite frankly. I want to buff macaque. That's rigging the casino? Yeah, if he bets. The streamer can't bet in their own casino. On their main. Oh, man. Should have seen your face. When you thought that I had the alt account farming channel points to what? Put sunglasses on it, turn my emotes black and white and put sunglasses on them? Put 1D glasses on them? I'm living. Oh, I am living. The hell was that? Make a useless unit less useless? Okay. There we go. We got to 5. You got your wish. All we need now is a bird of paradise. You know what? All we need now is a bird of paradise. This team is artisan crafted. It's nothing like the last 15 teams that I've run. It's completely different. It's the same ghost every night, Spencer Krug. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always Tony. Oops, 6 wins. Ooh! Oh, baby. Did I do that? Sorry, I forgot to say that part. I forgot to say, did I do that? We could still lose, but if we don't lose this round, we're probably looking pretty good. Round 6. I'd rather just roll. Get some good stuff for next time. If there is a next time, I'm not being overly confident, okay? I'm just saying. Tragically Hip review. I like the Tragically Hip. I consider them to be a good band. I enjoy their works. Best Tragically Hip song. It's tough for me. There's a lot of great ones. End of the day, we're going to lose this one, by the way. That's going to sting. End of the day, I think I got to say Grace 2 is my favorite Tragically Hip song. You got me. That's 6 wins, okay? I'll take it. I also like at the 100th Meridian when he goes Joker mode. Okay, you know what? Try me with this, and then this. Imagine the view count if he had only one ball. This is not, if you're watching on YouTube, these are not troll posts. Well, they are, but they're from my wife. Just be a loose step family real quick. You can have tight family, but you can't have loose family without a bunch of people posting huh in chat? We got these. Kate, I don't know if you were in my room when this happened, but at the stream transition from me to you yesterday, the baby came into the room and she was like, Daddy, I want to sit on your lap. She sat on my lap and there were like huhs in chat like this. And she went, Daddy, it's a cat. It's a cat. It was great stuff. Very cute. I guess. Got a cute baby, no doubt about that. The only time she's not cute is at dinner time. When she's like, I don't want to eat this. And I don't even want to, Kate, like, my wife makes this pasta for her. Holy cow, we got a draw. It used to be like one of the only things we could rely on her to eat. Now, she picks the noodles out of the pasta and just eats that and leaves all the sauce and the meat and the vegetables. Please. When I brought her the plate yesterday, she said, Daddy, it's too saucy. It's pasta. Like, we got... You can't just eat refined carbohydrates. Like, you're not in college yet, okay? Carol. Wait, no. Daryl. I looked my toddler deep in the windows of her soul. And I said... Just try a bite. Just try a bite. Just try a little bit. It's good for you. Don't you want to be big and strong like Daddy? Don't you want to have 2 fully functioning thumbs? He did say that. I did say that. There's no nuts in it. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you got weasels on your face. Let's pop. I'm gonna sell a penguin to pop this weasel down here. It's Wesselton. Is she gonna be sad when she sees your thumb? No, I don't think she's gonna comprehend how terrible the injury is. I think she's gonna be like, Daddy, you have a blanket on your thumb. And I'm gonna have to lie and say, yep, you got it. Something like that. That's my guess, at least. She can never know. I'm not sure about this run. I do love a flying fish, though. I would really prefer not to lose this round. In this case, let's try that. You know, no. This goes hard. Oh, but we can't. We got to get this goes hard. Have you seen Turkey's Pride and Joy Salt Bay trying to kiss Lionel Messi after he came into the restaurant after the World Cup? I can't believe you saw through this strategy here. I did not see that aspect of it, but I did see that Lionel Messi did go to Salt Bay's restaurant to celebrate winning the World Cup. Which is kind of... Listen, if I had infinite money, I think I would love to go to Salt Bay's restaurant just for the humor of the situation. I think it would have been sick if he, like, did the, like... When he cuts the meat and then he, like, uses the knife to drop it in, like, the dude's mouth. But then he used, like, the World Cup trophy and drizzled the salt down the trophy. That would have... Listen, I think it's the stupidest thing of all time, and that's why I think it's hilarious. You're absolutely right, though. He should have gone to Pappy Steak and gotten the $1,000 briefcase. Oh! Hey! 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 Oh! 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 Anyway. Whoo! You know what? Take some lettuce. Is streamer okay? Listen, you might not respect it, but that's actually like an insane impression. I know what we must do. You gotta go. You gotta be like Gogurt to stay. You gotta go. You gotta stay. And then honestly, I'll be real with you. Your ass gotta go, and your ass gotta stay. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Next round, tier 3s are gonna stay buffed. Tier 3, tier 3, tier 3, tier 1, tier 3. Should have frozen the other lettuce. How do I play this and not have it run at 5 FPS in my browser? You're gonna hate this, but it's the damn truth. You gotta play it at Microsoft Edge. And I am not messing with you. I swear to God, I'm playing it in Edge right now. When I first started playing the test build, on this test build, I played it in Chrome and it ran at 5 FPS. Same thing. So now I'm playing it in Microsoft Edge. I know, it's crazy for me to think of it as well. It is. Listen, I think it's your time to go. You can actually fit just fine, and we'll still give you some lettuce, and then on top of all, let's just add another groundhog for now. My man's got 3 vessels. Ah! What do you do when a friend summon, deal 2 damage to a random enemy and gain 1 health? But that completely craps on my build. No, it doesn't. Get owned. Any thumbs updates? I don't think it's gonna require hospitalization. Kate, I didn't tell you this yet, but I told chat. My mom sent me a text. Now I see where you get it from. You ready? If you think it's broken and needs to be set, don't leave it too long. It will heal really badly and cause arthritis. Take it from an old person. Open parentheses, your dad, close parentheses. Big smile emoji. Perfectly crafted text message. Your dad not asked for. I was owning a Super Auto Pets game mid when my door, not asked for, slammed itself on my thumb. I don't understand how they make like doors that just slam your thumb. Would love to know your thoughts on this. We don't need the groundhog on us, and I don't think it's worth investing for the level, and I think your ass is grass, too. If that's not enough, I looked at my phone, I got a damn voicemail. I'm sure it's probably the foreign government trying to get me to give up my social insurance numbers. They asked me to, you owe $75,000 in taxes, and the only way Justin Trudeau will accept it is via iTunes gift card. Here we go. Here we go again. You can go. You can also go. You can be on the squad for like a second. Honestly, it might sound a little bit crazy. We don't need to get rid of it right away. The government actually called me to tell me my social security number got canceled. Honestly, that's a great time for a phone call because I love to receive great news on the phone. As far as I'm concerned, no social security number. Doesn't that mean no taxes? On the other hand, you lose out on all those incredible benefits that you get from the government. Oh, wait! There aren't any to begin with. What are they going to be? Oh, excuse me, sir. I see you're using the road right now. I see you're using the sidewalk. Can I see your social security number real quick? Shut up! Yeah, I don't know. I need a catchphrase or something. I think it's a little too late to make a lizard work. Go suck a thumb. Ryan looks like Larry David. Again, this is a comment from my wife. I think I might have married Larry David. No joke. My friend and I used to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm together back in university, and we would argue like little kids over who's more like Larry David. And like I was always like, listen, man, like you're a little bit like Larry David, but I'm like a lot like Larry David. And guess what, motherfucker? My ass is Larry David. He's not like a bad guy. He's just not. He's not that Larried. Were you bald yet? Absolutely. Larry David mixed with Tim Heidecker's stand-up bit. If I was sitting at the opera for like 20 minutes, the lady's going, la, 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 la. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and I said, shut the frick up! Hold on, I'm thinking. What a bit. I love whenever Tim Heidecker posts one of those on Twitter and some of the comments are like, wow, so this is what comedy is these days, huh? It's just him being angry, wife equals bad, and then people are like, it's a self-aware bit. And they're like, oh, so that's funny? To just get on stage and say things that aren't funny is funny now? And you're like, I don't think you'd get it. Emojis in your username. From Green Bay, Wisconsin. No disrespect. Sorry to say that joke might require a little bit. Sorry, I shouldn't finish that sentence. I was going to say something about media literacy. Anyway. Okay, you should go. You should go. And, like, obviously we're buying you because you're the best unit of the game. And then we're going to buy you. And then we're going to sell you. And then we're going to buy you. And we're going to roll further. I think, just being straight up with you, I think we're going to buy you. So that we can sell you. So that we can buy you. So that we can sell you. If you're Larry, then I'm Susie. Kate, I don't know if you've ever said anything more right than that. One of the most sensible sentences the world has ever known. But like people, like they kind of don't get it. No, everybody's got something to hide except me and my gorilla. Like I need an influence in my life that is like, I'm definitely losing this one. That is like tough love, if that makes sense. Not because like I go off the rails if I don't have structure. Like I'm capable of applying the structure in my own life, as you know, because I'm like, we normally eat dinner at 6:40. It's 6:41. TikTok, TikTok. Like we gotta, my whole day is gonna, because then after dinner we gotta put the dishes in the sink, and then we gotta we gotta get the baby a bath, and then we gotta by 7:15 and 30 seconds past the minute we gotta have her in her pajamas. But anyway, regardless, I actually, believe it or not, and listen, maybe people are right when they say that the streamer creates the environment that, like, the chat reflects the streamer, because I don't like to be coddled. Like, if I slammed my thumb into the door and my mom was here, I would have to get in like an argument. I would have to be like, I don't have to go to the hospital. I know that I love you too, but I don't have to go to the hospital. It's okay. It just hurts like a lot. Just let me walk around the kitchen in a circle for 45 minutes, bleed out the adrenaline a little bit, and then, like, I promise. But, like, Kate was basically just, she knew I was okay because I was not in tears, although I did think for a second that I might cry a little bit. And then she was like, she just went back to putting up a shelf in the baby's room. Which is not a joke. I think we gotta dump you. She bandaged it up, to be clear as well. I know you're not gonna do anything yet, but one day you will. Copium. Okay. I see you played this game before. Right now, he's like, what's in your beluga? That's where I get you, brother. Nothing. Yeah, I don't like to be coddled. I feel like I do better in an environment where I'm the person who feels sorriest for myself. The idea that, like, my wife would be like checking in like every hour and be like, hey, are you okay? Do you have to go to the hospital? I would be like, get out of here. But then the flip side is that I am that person. Like, if Kate stubbed her toe, I would be checking like every hour. And I would be like, hey, just checking in on that whole toe situation. So I don't know, maybe like, there's something in there, but it's not for you. Again, that's for the therapist. I mean, you kind of, you know what? No, I'm not going to take a bird of paradise here, okay? It's simply, we take it every time. Let's not take it this time. The right way to play is to know your limit and stay within it. What are you going to spit out? What are you going to spit out? What level 2 are you going to spit out? Nothing yet, but that day will come. Does when the beluga spits out an animal, does it have the same food that the beluga had? Bird of paradise, you hacker. Get some skill. Or better yet, don't. And get, like, okay, you're gonna beat me, but, like, if you didn't, that would have been really embarrassing for you. It was close. What are you gonna spit out? Nope. No. No. You're not gonna spit out a walrus, so like, what the fuck am I gonna do? You know what? Actually, for now, you are gonna spit out a walrus. And I'm going to develop a machine that tests for 10,000 diseases from a single drop of blood. And no one's going to tell me that I can't, just because I'm a female CEO. Sonny, that's a really, like, antiquated way of looking at things. I expected better of you. Hold on, we're still popping. Sonny, okay. That is one of my... Listen, I don't have a lot of court documentation that makes it into the annals of humor history. Elizabeth Holmes' text You are my sun and my stars, my air and my water. You're the reason I wake up every day. I love you. Sunny replies, okay. It's an all-timer, dude. It's an all-timer. You're absolutely right. They need to eat the warthog. Sigma mindsets. I know you need to eat the warthog, but like I just like you to do it with like a better food if possible. But I can't fucking spend on a fucking. It had to be done. The Donald Sterling deposition is the best. I don't know about that one. I gotta look at it. No, wait, isn't that the one where he says like, I'm not racist, and then the deposition is like a staggering racist diatribe or something? Two Birds of Paradise? Come on. Yep, that's the one. Okay, just checking. Generally, yes, but I'm talking about the part where he got sucked in the car. Okay, I forgot about that. I forgot about. Oh, but if I feed this to you, then you're gonna eat something else. Forgot about that. That sucked in the car. That whole thing. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I don't think we're getting to. Well, whoops. I don't think we're getting to 10. Oh, and then that's right. He gets asked a question, and he goes off about getting sucked in the car, and then the lawyer says, "Sir, it was a question about your handwriting." I forgot about that. Oh, dude. That's like 2013. That's in the way back, but I forgot about that one. Holy cow. Does anyone know if I should have carbon monoxide detectors on every floor of the house? As someone who maybe could be considered legally culpable after reading the question, I'm going to say yes. But if it was me, I would say, how tall is your house? Kate, we have carbon monoxide, right? The detectors. Because I feel like every time the fire department comes and tests the smoke detector, they also test something because I hear carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide. We got it in every room. Let's go. I love that for us. Hang on, I'm pogging. Let's try something like that. I mean, it's a little meager, but carbon monoxide detectors are BS. I had one like that. It just kept beeping and giving me a headache. Okay, +2. I'm gonna +2 you on that. That's actually, I don't know if you stole that joke or are like perhaps, let's just say, repurposing it from somewhere else. It's a very good joke. That's a well-constructed setup followed by punchline. Still solid. Still a good joke. I don't know if we can beat this dog, man. That's a 50-50 dog. No, we're doing this. Wait, never mind. Your owns? Oh, man. You should have seen your face. Line them up. I don't think we should buy this. I think we should keep a food and then try to swallow. We should try to swallow the monkey that generates a gorilla. I can't bring myself to say it, okay? I'm sorry. Because unlike some industrial rock stars, I have a full rib cage. So I don't want to put that idea into anybody's head. Why don't you just take one of these for now? $50-50. What is this? Joseph Gordon-Levitt's third best movie? It's a great movie. He's got other good ones. Gets sucked. I mean, smoked. I mean, nah. Nah. Yeah. I don't know. Faint. Spend all trumpets. Deal it as double damage to one random enemy. I'm thinking. No, you know what? The boar is doing some incredible work. You're not wrong. I don't want to change any of our equipment, though, so my ass is buying some free Shavakadu. Welcome to Chili's. If we can beat a bird of paradise, that's a wonderful story. That's not the greatest time for a melon armor, let me tell you that. Oh! I think we're gonna win. I'm not putting on airs or anything. I think we're gonna lose. I think we're gonna draw? Okay. See, like a beluga that eats you makes some sense. But no, I would, oh, imagine if you, wait, we don't need you to summon a macaw now that I think about it. That would be useless. Why don't you take a buff? Yeah, the level 3 Warthog, this is the way. He's going infinite. Thank God I didn't buy those birds of paradise back then. Some guys are going to be really lucky. Waffle blind. 3 gold to get the buff that I get from a blue-ringed octopus? Come on. Are you crazy? I'd rather just buy a blue-ringed octopus. All right, we need this. Obviously, I made the mistake last time, and then we'll just, okay. Level 3 Beluga, 3645. All your units are better than all of my units. It's not looking so hot. We are toasted. Why is he saving on 9 and lethal? Because I didn't have anything better to do with my gold on that one. It's like I could have rolled, but rolling would be considered useless if you think we got no future to begin with. Or we could replace a better piece of equipment with a worse piece of equipment, and also we might have drawn. Does that answer your bad faith question? You think just because I'm thumbless, I'm gonna be in, I'm gonna allow myself to be condescended to by an anonymous non-subscriber? You got a Korean hat? I know. I wear it all the time. Okay, slash marker. That's super auto pets. Oh, you know what we can do? We can try to do today's movie to movie. You know, Atrioc in the back channel hit me with his movie to movie from yesterday. He crushed me on the Max Sydow one, dude, or Max von Sydow one. I don't want to leak anything here, but he did it in like 3 steps. He went from the King's Man to Jimon Hansu, which is fair, which then took him to Blood Diamond, Leonardo DiCaprio, Shutter Island, Max von Sydow, The Exorcist. That is crazy. I said, how did you know that? He said, once I knew Max von Sydow was in The Exorcist, I knew I had the line because I quote Blood Diamond ironically all the time. Holy cow. I was out of my element. Speaking of which, I'm out of my element. How am I going to do this, dude? So again, I'm sorry, I need help on this. I just need help. Because I don't know anybody who's in Chucky or Child's Play. Is Jennifer Tilly in the first Child's Play? I know one person from the 10 Commandments, so I can get out of that. Brad Dourif, is that correct? Is Brad Dourif in Child's Play? Okay, I can try to get from 10 Commandments to Brad Dourif. Okay, so how are we going to do this? It's going to be something like, we'll try the daily challenge. It has to be, tell me you're an old movie without telling me you're an old movie. You know it's an old movie because all the pictures of the stars are young people, if you catch my drift. Anyway, we go Charlton Heston, and then we got to find a way to Alien Resurrection, okay? I know that sounds crazy. How the hell is Charlton Heston in movies in 2019? So there's probably a better way. I mean, we could go through American Film Institute 100 Years, 100 Movies, 10th Anniversary Edition into, can I get maybe like a little Sigourney? Hang on. Bring me back. I'm gonna there's gonna be some hacking done here, okay? Can I get a little Paul Reiser? That was not likely, huh? Can I get a I doubt there's gonna be Ron Perlman in there, but can I get a little, maybe they just have Brad Dourif? Can I get a little Ridley Scott? Gonna back it up to Charlton Heston, okay? And then we're gonna go AFI, American Film Institute. We're gonna get a little James Cameron. He's not in the movie. James Cameron's not in the film, okay? We're gonna go AFI. There's 7 people in the movie. Which one of you fricks is closest to Alien? Hang on, I can do this. Jodie Foster was in Elysium, which is a science fiction movie. Neil Blomkamp was supposed to do an Alien movie at some point. Do you think we can go Jodie Foster? Was Jodie Foster, was Neil Blomkamp in his own movie? Is he like an M. Night Shyamalan type guy? I don't know. Richard Dreyfuss was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's an Alien movie. But can I get from his ass to fucking Alien? I don't know. Morgan Freeman is the voiceover at the end of War of the Worlds, directed by Steven Spielberg. But he was gonna fucking Ben Stiller. He's in The Watch, a movie about aliens. There's no way. Okay, Ben Stiller. Just work with me here. Ben Stiller, Ed Helms, Sigourney Weaver, Alien Resurrection, Brad Dourif, Child's Play. Ben Stiller to Sigourney Weaver. Where would you go to get to Sigourney from here? You would go to Celebrity Escape Room, and then you would search Sigourney. Not there. You would search Ed Helms and connect through Cedar Rapids. You would find Sam Worthington. You would find Zoe Saldana. You would find other people from the movie Avatar. Yeah, I don't know them, okay? Other shit Sigourney Weaver's been in. Or other people that have been in movies with Sigourney Weaver. Paul Reiser, Newt, Bill Paxton, Bill Pullman, musical guest, Tenacious D, Sigourney. She was in Heartbreakers with Jennifer Love Hewitt. She was in Heartbreakers with Gene Hackman. I can't really imagine Gene Hackman being on Celebrity Escape Room. How about Ray Liotta, who's also in that movie? Okay, not there. Sigourney Weaver. She's done movies. She was in Galaxy Quest with Tim Allen. Sam Rockwell. Justin Long? Okay, take me back to Ben Stiller. We can get from Ben Stiller to Justin Long. I think it required... Was Justin Long in The Watch? No, but Vince Vaughn is in The Watch. He was also in Dodgeball with Justin Long, who is with Sigourney Weaver in Galaxy Quest, which takes us to Sigourney Weaver, which takes us to Alien Resurrection. That is not spelled right. Which takes us to Brad Dourif, which takes us to Child's Play. Okay, that was a long trip. It just took us a minute to get there. Wait, Ben Stiller was also in Dodgeball. That's a good point. Wait, who? Who did he play? The leader of Globo Gym? Bro, he has a mustache. Ben Stiller doesn't have a mustache. You gonna tell me Ben Stiller played White Goodman? That was Tom Selleck. That can't be Ben Stiller, man. What are you talking about? I'm sure there's a much faster way, don't get me wrong. And I needed the help to begin with. But still. Yo, that is new tech. Okay, let me see. Kate, are you ready? Are you ready to stream? Dude, I'm so pogged up that my thumb is not broken. That's going to be like a huge not debuff. That's crazy. It's the adrenaline? It's been like 5 hours almost. It's not really a buff to not have a broken thumb, because we're coming from a thumb that was doing good work. You should still get it checked out. I agree if we lived in a world, like if this was the 1950s and you could be like, doctor, I just crushed my thumb. Can you come to my house and give it a look? Then that would be a smart thing to do. In the modern world where getting something checked out here means you go to an urgent care before the doors open, because if you're there 5 minutes after they open, they're like, oh, we're at capacity for today. And then you sit in the waiting room for 10 hours anyway, and then they tell you, can you bend it? And then you're like, yeah. And they're like, okay, go to Costco and buy some ibuprofen. Or like, oh, so if it really starts to hurt, you should go to the emergency room. So then you go to the emergency room and then you get triaged down to the bottom of the list, which makes perfect sense. But you end up waiting there for 16 hours. And then the doctor comes in and says, hey, slugger, how you doing? I heard you hurt your thumb. Then they take a look at it for 5 seconds and go, yeah, it doesn't appear to be broken. Why don't you just go home and get some rest? If we lived in the world where, I'm not saying a world where doctors were better. I'm saying a world where there were more doctors, honestly, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, a world where there were more doctors. But unfortunately, we can only allow people who got a 98% in undergrad become doctors. Because if we start letting people that had a 97% become doctors, I mean, you don't even want to know the degradation of society. It would take you 6 months instead of 10 years in order to have a doctor's appointment, and absolutely no degradation of service would apply. But do you want the person who got a 97% on their MCATs to be your doctor? Do you really want someone who's wrong with hyper specific questions about which enzyme causes this problem 3% of the time, and then goes into general practicing where really you're just telling people to lose 15 pounds every the 95% of the time they come to your office? Anyway, sorry. Anyway, I think Kate's live. I'm going to send you over there. Have a nice rest of your day. I will be live tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to record some Super Auto Pets, and I'll see you next time. Later.